This is session 74. Who would like to give a recap?
Axius realizes that you should never meet your idols.
Yeah,
That was an important lesson.
very, very disappointed in Zarius.
I don't really care. Then we were assaulted by a flying head and a bunch of what were they again?
They were
The Vargoyes.
Canonigals, right? But so you were sailing across the. Forgot about what?
I forgot about this part with the Vargoyes, Varghouls or whatever.
The Vargwheel.
But you're sailing across the Athmere, eventually going to make it to Lucianum when the entire sky had been overcast for many, many miles. And there was a sea of bodies around you that was pulling you in. But Zarius was able to deflect the ship using control water. So you were being pulled towards the remains of a statue of Melora and this glowing orb of water that used to hover above her hand. The entire field of bodies was apparently sitting over the ruins of Harnma, which had been transported somehow into the middle of the lake and sunk to the bottom. So as you were moving away, once you'd gotten out of the grip of the current, you were attacked by a variant form of Beholder, an Eye of the Deep, which caused your Koatoa crewmate to flee below decks as he was terrified of it, as he understood that it was once the servant of a Kuatoa goddess called Blibal. So essentially, from his perspective, almost a god itself. It and another related companion used to serve her, but at some point broke off and apparently fled to the Athmere. So as you were fighting it, it basically was using the bodies to create these sort of flying heads that were dragging strings of organs around behind them. But Axius was able to use mass suggestion to tell them that they were missing out on a really sweet orgy back in Cartha. So they all left to go partake of this orgy that they just suddenly remembered.
And it was upcast, so it's gonna last 10 days.
Right. So they almost certainly will make it to Cartha
And start doing things with all their dangling organs.
Right. And I didn't even they were not actually complete Vargwheels, because Vargwheels have the kiss ability, which in hindsight would have been a perfect ability for them to use.
They develop it along the way.
Yes, in fact, maybe Vargwheels never existed in my universe until now, but they've been practicing this whole time.
Good job, Axius. Good job.
Hey, this is how legends are made. You don't get to say whether they're good or bad, but they are legends.
You just introduced a new evil to the world.
So you then defeated the Eye of the Deep, proceeded to sail away. But as you were fleeing, Daggerface wanted to go back because he now knew that there was another one, and you scried in on this other one to see an image of it, and you realized it was conducting some sort of ritual on this floating orb of water. Daggerface was going to go back to try to stop her, but nobody wanted to accompany him. And there was an argument between Axius and Zarius about, what heroes do.
Yeah, because there were many
revived
crewmates.
some people, but chose not to.
Right. All except for the Kuatoa, all the regular crew basically died in that fight. The captain survived, and a number of the Dagger Forge also passed away in that fight. But so essentially the crew were the Kuatoa and you guys sailing to the nearest town, which is the town of Fayfair, which is about 150 miles to the east of Pax Cloranthus. But you pulled into port there and then had a bit of a conversation about finding another ship, because the captain didn't want to take his ship back there because he views that as a suicide mission, and he is not being paid enough to go on a suicide mission. So he said he was going to go find you some sort of alternate means of getting back out to the center of the lake where this phenomenon was. People wanted to accompany him, but the captain pointed out that you're all wanted. So Axius was preparing to cast seeming to disguise the appearance, at least of the people who would be recognized, which is probably not, certainly not Nala and Axius himself, but Aurelia also probably would not be recognized because they were looking for her in her cat form.
And T-Hole usually isn't immediately.
Right. T-Hole will conveniently stay behind on the ship.
Right. So it's just me.
Right.
And, you know, what do I need to go for? You can do it.
Well, even oh, I thought it was muted for a second. Even though Axius, Nala, and Aurelia may not need the disguise, Axius is still casting it on everybody. Just in case, because who knows what we're gonna do here, right? And who knows how quickly we're gonna need to leave.
For sure.
Yeah, I mean, fair point.
So
And, before we start though, Zarius, make me a wisdom save.
A wisdom save
Yep.
seems strange and uncalled for.
So now make me a perception check.
Need to get proficiency in this. God damn.
So nothing happens. You notice nothing.
Did I somehow fail a scry?
So yeah, you are all on a ship. What do you want to do?
Actually need to go over my spells here and figure out what will be best to use out here on the fucking water.
So, like, what do you guys want to look like when we go into the city? Because we need disguises.
I do not care.
Cool. I got just the thing for you.
I want to look. I like your style, Axius. I want to look like you.
Weird but accomplishable, I guess. Aurelia, what do you want to look like?
Nothing like you.
Cool. So Axius casts his spell, and everyone now looks like a dwarf.
Look at Axius and I look
Yeah,
at
I mean,
myself.
Zarius is like 6'5". So it'd be a pretty
He's
tall
really tall.
dwarf at like 5'5".
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also like 7 foot. I'm a really tall dwarf as well.
Well, each of you are going to look a foot shorter at least.
Nice. 6'2". I'm a midget.
I am 6'9".
So you are all now suitably disguised. The captain is down on the actual dock itself, just inspecting the ship at the moment. But he then starts to walk off.
All right, so where to first?
What do we need?
Well, we need to get back out there to like address that monster thing before it completes whatever it's gonna do. So whatever's gonna get us out there quicker.
I thought, wasn't the captain gonna do that? I don't know. If the captain is not gonna do that, then we can do that.
How many ships are here on the dock?
Right now, you only see 3 other than the ship you're on. All of them appear to be fishing vessels.
Right. And are people like manning them right now, or are they just sort of just sitting, docking?
All of them have some, like all ships would have some level of crew on them.
Right.
What are their
Hmm.
size compared to the one we just came off of?
The one you're on, I mean, actually, a lot of, they're probably all comparably sized to this one. So the ship you're on is pretty small for, it's only about 40 feet long, but for a fishing vessel, that's not a bad size. So some are a little larger, some are a little smaller, but roughly the same size as the one you're on. I mean, certainly they're not going to be as fast as this one. And they're probably not, this one has like the ability to sort of kind of fight a current. Those probably won't.
Kurt, can I make a check to see if I know this area at all, this town, what's here?
Sure. Make a history check. So you'd be aware of this town. It's not that big. It's mostly useful as a sort of port for fishing vessels. It's also got, it's a fairly well-sized farming community. So there's about 1,100 people total in the wider area around the town that are associated with it. Probably about 500 people or so that live in the town proper. It is reasonably, you know, it, because of its positioning between Pax Loranthus and the east, it's got a fair number of refugees from the east. It used to be a much more vital port once upon a time, but when there was a lot of trade with the east, it's really fallen off in the past 100 years or so. But it's holding on there, mostly because it's a pretty good source of food for Pax Loranthus, which consumes just huge quantities of food because there's 1 million people living there.
Cool. Yeah, so like, guys, this is a farming village and whatnot, so we're not gonna find much here. But, I mean, if you need provisions, we should get them.
I think the ship was running out of ale. Best we refill that stock. Though I am not very rich.
Yeah, I'm a little light on the purse myself.
So is the plan just to hang out on the ship then and wait for the captain?
Yeah, I think so. I can't really think of anything.
I mean, I'd just start like, collecting my shit, assuming that we're gonna be getting off of the boat.
The captain
Oh,
left what
yeah,
to
you know
look
what?
for more crew? Is that why he left?
No, well, you're not sure what he's doing for his crew situation.
Okay,
He mentioned specifically that he was going to find you some other ship to take you
Okay.
back towards the monsters. Though, you might wonder, what is the sales pitch going to be to this alternate ship's captain?
Daggerface, as our fearless leader, is there anything that you recommend that we like get while we're here?
I mean, if you need any weapons or ammunition, I suppose this is as good a time as any to pick it up. I think we have a pretty good store of it, but I don't know what unusual ammunition people might need.
Hmm.
If you need crossbow bolts, we've got lots of those.
We may need to secure a place here. Unless the captain of this other ship would also like to deliver us to our destination. Unless this ship will wait for us.
Yeah, I don't think that's happening. Captain's pretty pissed and all with you not raising his crew and letting them die. So there's that.
Many people die.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice to have choice over who lives and dies, though, right? Not a luxury most people have and stuff.
It is not my choice.
Sure.
Hearing this
Cool.
conversation, Aurelia gets up and leaves and heads down into the town.
and Axius finishes. Cool story, bro.
So as you get to the end of the dock, Aurelia, you see there is, so there's a gate at the end of the dock that prevents you from going forward. Although the gate is ajar, there's a little kiosk where probably a customs agent would usually stand,
Mhm.
but it seems to be unmanned at the moment. You do notice, however, there is a very large blood stain that is sort of half spilled out of this post where the customs agent stands. But there's nothing there. It's just blood and nothing else. There's no one
Okay.
there.
So it's like a kiosk, and now that I'm like 4 feet tall, no, actually I appear 4 feet tall. So can I look in and just see what's going on? Just take a peek, and is there like papers and shit in there? I'm picturing like a window.
Right. So it's more just designed to keep them out of the rain should it rain.
Okay.
So it is essentially like a little gate post or a gatehouse, but it's designed for one or maybe two people could squeeze in there. There you see there is a wooden stool and a little bit of a table that half leans out of the window that looks out over the gate. There is and also a mechanism in there to automatically lock and unlock the gate.
Okay.
But other than the blood, you don't see that there's anything in there, the blood in the stool.
Okay. So I'm gonna look in this kiosk if there's any like thing hanging up on the walls, like a picture of T hole or something, or
You don't see anything like that. There are a couple of nails to hang things, but there doesn't seem to be anything hung on them at the moment. They might be
So,
there for cloaks.
realizing that he had made me into a dwarf, there's not like a big sign, like an outline of a dwarf with a big line through it or something, making sure that.
No, nothing like that.
Oh, okay. All right.
This,
So,
I mean, you would be familiar enough with just generally this is more for as people come off the boat, they sort of take a tally of what cargo is coming in and what cargo is going out. So this wouldn't even be the guy who would apprehend wanted criminals.
Right, but I mean, he may be, he wouldn't apprehend, but be on the lookout for, like to tell the people who are supposed to apprehend.
So are you just leaning over?
Yeah, I'm just kind of
essentially
like
the counter?
leaning and seeing what I can see inside the kiosk.
Okay. Well, make me a perception check.
Okay, that's right. I don't roll dice in this game. Hold on.
Meanwhile, it looks like a dwarf is like leaning his head against the counter.
Here we go. What am I doing? Perception. Oh, I'm not too bad at perception. That's good. Oh, it's terrible.
So yeah, all you really see is the blood.
Okay, so the gate's ajar.
Yeah, the gate's ajar.
Can I scoot through it?
Yep.
Okay, that's what I'll do.
So walking into the town, you see there are people milling about. Most of them seem relatively lethargic. No one seems to be in a hurry to go anywhere, but they do seem to be going, about their business for the day.
Okay. Which, like, how so I look down up and down the street, and Do I see the Wayfarer's Rest Tavern?
So you'd actually be on one of what you see in front of you is the Shield Trading Company.
Okay, cool.
So the Wayfarer's Rest is a little bit, it's about 150, 200 feet away from where you are.
Okay, so if I see a sign or whatever that, I make my way towards there.
Right. There are signs that sort of point to in various directions, one of which is for the Wayfarer's Rest. So you make your way over there. Along your way there, you see that it looks like there had been some sort of fight in this town relatively recently, as you do come across more than occasional pools of blood. You probably see in the 200 feet you have to walk, not counting the customs house, you see about 3 pools of blood. No
So,
bodies. They've cleaned up whatever's going on, but it looks as if somebody was probably killed from the amount of blood.
So dried and stained and all that good stuff.
It doesn't seem like it was that long ago. It's probably like within a day, but this is not a town with like paved these little
Right.
alleyways you're going through. This is all like dirt for the most part.
Yeah. So it's
So
kind of,
it is,
yeah.
it is all sort of sticky and stuck into at this point, mud because it's been raining.
Okay. I'll avoid that. And head into the tavern.
So as you open the door, you smell the normal smells. There seems to be, it appears to be a restaurant and tavern. There's the smells of food coming out from it. The place, however, is dead silent. There are people in there, they're eating. Everyone seems a little sullen.
Okay. Does everybody kind of look up? Is it got quiet because I walked in, or is it quiet like as
No,
soon as I walk in?
It was quiet before you got there, and almost no one seems to take any notice of the door opening and you coming in.
Okay.
But a
Well-
man comes over and says, "Hello, I'm Paolo. Are you here for food or do you need a room?"
Some food, drink. Do you have a booth, preferably by itself without anybody else?
I'm sure we have a booth we could seat you in. And he leads you around to a booth.
Things are kind of, what time of day is it? Is it afternoon?
It is a little bit after afternoon. It's about 1 p.m.
It's kind of laid back in here. This is nice. Is it like this all the time?
Yes, it's always midday, usually about as busy as this. Business will pick up towards the end of the day, I'm sure.
Was there some kind of altercation or something earlier? I had to dodge some puddles of blood outside.
Puddles of, not that I'm aware of. Are you sure it was blood?
That's what it looked like.
This is a pretty peaceful town, so I'm surprised to hear there'd be anything
Yeah.
like that. Maybe some accident with an animal or something. Blood got
Yeah,
spilled.
that makes sense. I'm sure it didn't come from this tavern, like a fight got out of hand or something.
Yeah, that would be surprising for this place. It's a pretty sleepy town. It's a good place to live.
You don't have narcolepsy going around, do you?
I hope not. I'm afraid I don't know what narcolepsy is. Is it some sort of curse?
Yeah. You're fine. I think you're good. Anyway, yeah, some food and whatever the local special of the day is. I'm sure you got a special of the day.
I can bring you some stew and some of our local wine if you like.
Is that what everybody else drinks? The wine?
Around here, wine is probably the most common drink. I mean, we have ale, we have all of the normal spirits you might wish to imbibe. I don't believe we have anything that I would say is specifically dwarven.
Why? Oh, just give me some ale. Make sure it's really bitter and just kind of bitter. Yeah, extra bitter.
Okay, I will go and get that.
Just imagining Aurelia following that up with, that's what dwarves like, right?
So I'm
So
just
he
gonna
comes-
observe. I'm sorry.
No, I was just gonna say, he comes back over in a couple minutes with a bowl of stew and a large mug of ale. Very dark ale.
Okay,
It's extremely bitter.
good. Yeah, I take a very delicate sip. I kind of look at the stew and examine it. I don't have anything to detect poison. But I will just, of course, paranoid about that. I look around. Is everybody just kind of having quiet conversations? They're not like falling asleep or.
Right. Nobody is falling asleep. But you do notice that nobody seems to be having a conversation. They're all focused on their food and drink. Even the people who are sitting together don't seem to really be conversing. I mean, and occasionally people get up and leave and new people come in, but it seems to be the same pattern with everyone.
Okay.
And give me an investigation check. So almost a waste. You discover that your stew appears to be pretty much what you would expect of it. Like there are various vegetables in there, and the main meat appears to be beef. But it seems probably like it's reasonably well made. And as near as you could detect, not poisonous.
Good. So I will slowly drink and eat and just observe. I'm just trying to observe everybody in here just to see what. Now I'm curious. Like, is there any conversations going on? Are there anybody who is the slight bit animated?
Nobody seems to be more animated than anyone else. The only conversations that go on is occasionally people will order additional things, or will, discuss things like how much they owe, pay the bill, and leave. But as you're observing the crowd, you see through the door, and I don't mean the door opens, I mean like just passing completely through the door, like almost like a ghost. You see the form of a person with green hair and clown makeup, dressed in purple clothing, who seems to be juggling these orange balls that periodically, as he throws them into the air, will catch on fire. But as he catches them, the fire seems to magically stop. And he is just sort of doing a sweep around the bar and comes up to you. And as he's juggling, says, "Oh, you're new. When did you get here?"
If you need it.
A while ago.
"Oh, very new. You haven't been here very long at all. Are you on the ship that just pulled into the dock?"
One of the ships, yeah.
"How long are you staying?"
Oh, at least a week.
"Well, the town of Fayfair, you should know, is very blessed, and I'm sure in the course of a week you will come to love it as everyone here does. I doubt you'll even wish to leave. You may want to buy a house here. You look like the sort of person who'd be really interested in buying a house."
No, not really. Are you selling
we'll
real
see.
estate?
"No, not me.
What's your name?
I'm Adrano the Clown. Or at least a facsimile of Adrano the clown. He created me to help entertain the good people of Fayfair.
So you're the town's entertainment.
Among other things, Adrano blessed this town. He returned to it the magic of the ancients. As you can see, the town is very much better than it used to be. So you'll be here for a week.
I mean, or longer. We may just buy a place and stay.
Well, I am sure then that you will come to appreciate this quaint little town as much as the real Adrano did. And he, all the while, has been just juggling these little balls of fire. And he then turns and says, "Don't we all love the town?" And nobody seems to respond to him. Nobody looked as he came in. Nobody is looking at him as he juggles. But he proceeds to do one more circle around the room and then passes through a wall out of the building.
Okay.
It's great.
So I wait for Paulo. Is the waiter's name Paulo?
Yes,
Wait for him to come back. I'm sure at some point he'll check on me.
he is right. He is behind the bar at this point. You haven't seen anyone else working. There might be somebody working in like
okay.
the back room,
I got it.
but eventually he does come over.
Who was that?
Who was who?
The clown, the green haired dude.
Oh, you mean the illusion of Adrano. Adrano the clown performed here about 6 months ago. He enjoyed himself so much while he was here that he decided to give us a blessing and created this permanent illusion of himself that interacts with us. Puts on little shows. It's very entertaining.
Is that what passes for entertainment here?
He does various things. Sometimes he just juggles. That is his normal thing when he's doing his rounds around the town center. But, he'll put on other little shows, create minor illusions, do dramatic readings, do comedic readings, acrobatics. It's funny, usually we pay him very little mind, but he's probably especially interested in you because you're new. Apparently it's some sort of blessing.
To have a blessing of what? To have a clown running around town doing tricks?
Well, that and Adrano, when he was here, said he was bringing back some of the ancient magic that the gods had left associated with this land. There's not really a lot of different theories on what that means, what blessings the gods might have given us once upon a time. Frankly, we haven't really noticed any change in our lives, though. So we kind of think he was pulling our legs a bit. It's nice to have, a clown, something to do.
Yeah, it's super, super nice. Well, it's been fantastic at the Wayfarers Rest Tavern. I will leave a big review on the social pages of the community, so everybody comes here.
There are social pages?
Sure, there are lots of them. Anyway, fantastic. Tries to keep the noise level down to a dull roar, and I will quickly leave the tavern.
Wait, you haven't paid.
Oh, how much was it?
It was 5 silver.
I don't have so I flip him a gold piece.
And he goes behind the bar and pulls out a box.
Oh no, it's keep the change. Bye.
Thank you very much. Come again.
Oh, sure. I'll be right back. So I leave the tavern. At least I try to.
Yep, you leave the tavern.
Okay. I look both ways. Do I see Adrano, the green-haired clown?
Well, you said you were waiting for him to come over and check on you. So that actually took a while.
Okay.
So you don't see Adrano.
Well, he could make
in
his
the-
rounds again. I don't know this. I mean, this guy.
Right. You don't see him in the immediate area.
Okay, good. Do I check because it's been raining. I
Right.
checked the mud prints. Are there big clown feet mud prints?
Well, he physically passed through the walls.
Yeah,
like,
but he's a
through the
clown,
door
so
to
he
get
can do
in.
all kinds of stuff.
Right.
so,
You do not see giant clown prints.
Okay, all right. I feel a little bit better. And the pools of blood, are they still there? What I saw
They are
before?
still there.
Okay. I make my way back to the gate.
So you make your way back to the
Mhm.
dock.
Hmm.
I feel like by that time, Axius would probably wonder where Aurelia was and start heading to look for her and recommending that we all do the same. So I don't know if Zarius and Nala would care, but Axius eventually would.
Yeah, I mean, how long did it take?
I mean, she would have been gone more than an hour.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
I'd follow. Yeah.
I mean, I'm confident in Aurelia's ability, but yeah, I would probably at least after a half an hour, if that's when he suggested it. I probably would have just been like tending to the body of the dude that I've been carrying around.
For a while now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I can make it so he doesn't decay, so I'm just gonna keep doing that. Return him home.
I mean, I'll just send a message real quick.
Can you hear this thing?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah. I put
Yeah, for a second there, I thought for sure Aurelia had accidentally taken some of Axius's stuff.
So you make your way down
Down.
and you see Aurelia is coming back. You also see the pool of blood that's spilling out of the stand in which the customs person usually mans.
Is it raining here? You said right now?
It had been raining. At the moment, it's overcast. I mean, not unnaturally overcast. It just looks like
Yeah.
rain passed through recently.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't know if there's any way that I could determine if the blood, I mean, a terminal amount of blood.
Yeah, it is clearly a lot of blood. I mean, I guess it depends on how big the person was, whether or not it's a terminal amount, but unless it was like if it was a human-sized person or is even a Zarius or Nala-sized person, this is
Mhm.
probably enough to kill them.
Okay.
Yeah, as you're looking over the blood, something catches Axius's eyes, and he just kind of stands there, like silently for a moment, and then you said Aurelia comes up as well.
Yeah.
Okay, Aurelia, where have you been? And then he looks at everybody. He's like, what? You think I'm going to use my normal voice when I'm disguised? Come on now.
I cannot tell the difference.
Like,
I went to the tavern.
are you well?
I guess. As well as I can be.
Do you hurt anyone along the way? As I look down at the puddle of blood.
I'm not that messy.
Very well.
We should leave this place very soon.
Yes, we should. Yes, yes. I was just coming to tell you we should leave.
Aurelia, what have you seen?
Enough. We should just leave. We'll talk about it on the ship. As we're leaving, we depart.
Yes, we should go quickly. Where,
What is the matter
Aurelia,
with you two?
did you see the captain?
No.
We must find the captain.
No, it's fine. He can stay.
No,
He hasn't
Aurelia,
back yet.
we
Don't
do
break.
not. We do not have the ability to pilot the vessel, and we need the captain.
Would we,
Are you sure about that? Isn't what
Captain-
Daggerface? Isn't he like seafaring lad now?
He is
No,
really
that's
not,
why he hired the captain.
Well, he should be.
but it could be Captain Bob gets a promotion.
Yeah, we've got the fish dude. He can do it.
Hey, you want to go help us kill that
We
other
need
guy
the
thing?
captain, and we need to be quick. We need to leave this town as soon as possible.
Well, we can't do both. We don't know where the captain is. And we
What's the
need to
matter
leave.
with
So you
you?
pick which one. If we stay, who knows what will happen.
There's no reason for all the jittery behavior.
There's not.
What is the matter?
This is not jittery, and this is very serious.
They got some crazy clown running through town that's doing tricks.
And
This is
then
a
This is
clown.
not unheard of.
no, this is very serious. And then Axius points to a poster for a show by Adrano the clown. And
that's-
Axius with more seriousness than you've seen him capable of. This clown is an omen. We need to leave. Bad things are already happening. There's blood here. Who knows what is going on in this town, but we need to leave before it affects us.
Right.
Dami, is this a thing that only he knows about? This is Axios being.
What even is a clown?
I mean, everyone can make me a history check. It's a relatively low check.
Yeah, probably not.
what
but I
I-
can try.
Well, I can, but I don't. If my character knows about it, we're in trouble.
So, I mean, actually, Aurelia, you would be sort of vaguely aware that there is a traveling clown named Adrano who's somewhat popular. I mean, mostly you would never have like seen. Oh, that's true. You know what? Never mind. I'm mistaken. I forgot. You are a
Aurelia's
thousand
not
years out of
this.
time.
Yeah, I'm about to say, if this is the same clown from like 1,000 years ago, we are in a lot of trouble.
But as you're sitting here having this conversation, the ground begins to shake beneath you. Everybody make me a quick acrobatics check. But a tremor seems to be passing through the entire town.
Acrobatics? The fuck? This is not what
So-
I do.
Well, I mean,
Oh, hey, look at that.
so you all manage to keep your feet as the ground shakes. I mean, it's not enough to knock buildings over, but it's unexpected and, you know, there's a lot of mud around. But you all manage to keep your feet. You do see, however, you know, the buildings around you and everything begins to sway a bit.
Okay.
Zarius, can you use your divination magic
To do what?
to find the captain so that we can leave?
It is not a fast ability.
Then let's get onto the ship and make it happen. We need to get going.
Yeah, I don't have find person prepared. So
Why don't
Very
we just kill
specific
this
thing.
clown?
That wouldn't solve our problem. Our problem is being in this area, in this town.
I still don't understand.
And you hear at this point the sound of initially just like a cracking sound, like ice breaking, and then an enormous crash off to your east. Well, the east as opposed to your east.
Do we see anything? Like, is there a cloud of dust or like
You would
explosion?
eventually see. So from where you are, it's mostly blocked by buildings that are in the way. But you eventually do see there seems to be a cloud of dust rising.
Do you see there
4 or
are
5
things? Sorry.
Is it about 400 or 500 feet away?
Do you see there are things afoot that are happening and we need to go, but we cannot leave without the captain?
We might not have a choice.
Do you know how to pilot a vessel?
No.
I've piloted a vessel with those two wooden.
Perhaps
rowers.
if Zarius wasn't so stingy with his magics, we could raise the crew.
It's not about the magic.
You are a
Let us
bad
find the
liar.
captain. It's not about the magic. It's about the fucking diamonds.
Either way, you are stingy. We do not have. Do any of you know how to pilot the vessel? Do any of you know anything
But
about
I know the
sailing
help
or
action.
boat?
I'm sure T-Hole could figure it out. He's the emperor. And emperors know many things, and they are very wise.
A mirror is on the ship. I'll just start walking back towards the ship.
Yeah, I'm headed that way. Screw this. We got earthquakes and crazy clowns running around. This, yeah, fuck this place.
Yeah, Axios is gonna follow.
So you make your way back to the ship. I assume Nala was going with you.
Yeah, just sort of tagging along.
I'll begin to scry, I guess.
Looking for the captain.
Yeah.
So immediately you find him almost instantaneously. He is, in an unfortunate position where he seems to be bending over. He's in a shop that seems to have it's like just vials and bottles are lining shelves around him. But he is in like a little compartment area in a corner of the shop. He is currently bent over, his pants are down, and he is rubbing some sort of salve over his nether regions.
Okay. Is there a rash there or?
Give me a medicine check.
Of course, Zarius would be intrigued. Was that a human anus? I must look closer.
Wow.
Know all about it.
Whoa.
He seems to be afflicted with a certain venereal
Yeah.
disease,
Oh no.
Yeah.
and it is probably very uncomfortable for him.
But his
Right.
prostate looks good, probably.
Yeah, I turn on the X-ray portion of the scry. Does anyone know where this is?
Looks like a witch doctor.
It's like a point of no return.
Some kind of apothecary.
That is where the captain is. If we are to find him, we must go now.
Yes, we should. Let's go quickly.
Okay.
Aurelia, have you seen people in the town? other
I
than
ha-
other
yes,
than the clown.
Yes, I have.
Take us there. Perhaps this person knows where the apothecary is.
You want to go back to the tavern?
I mean, if there's anybody on the street, we could just ask them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you do see people milling about when you get to the end of the dock.
Oh, perfect. So Axius would go up to the first person he sees and says, "Hail there. Excuse me. Do you have an apothecary in this town?"
We have 2 apothecaries. Is there, depending on what you need, one might serve you better than another.
Well, I have a rash in a certain unmentionable area. I'd like to get it.
At that point, he takes like a half step back and gives you face scrunches up a bit.
You'll be fine so long as you do not touch it.
Oh,
Believe
no,
me.
you need to step back further because you might catch it even from that distance.
And believe me, this is why I need the relief. So if you can help, please.
You probably want Ogma's ointments, would be my guess for something like that, for a rash. Is it magical? Is it a curse?
It's too soon to tell, I suppose. It was, many things went on that could explain it, but Ogma's, you said.
Yeah, I mean, if it's magical, Ogma's probably isn't your best bet, but it's cheaper. So I'd probably start there if you don't know.
Are you a tradesman?
I'm not a tradesman, no.
What do you do here?
Well, this is the Shield Trading Company. We mostly ship goods in and out of Pax Cloranthus and other parts of the Empire, but this is relatively sleepy operation here in this town. I mean, do you need to ship something? Because
No. It's just that with this particular rash, we all have it, and so we can't apply the salve. But we wanted to know if you could assist.
That's not really my area of expertise. Yeah, you might visit the temple. They could cure it. I mean, it's expensive, but they could cure whatever it is I would expect. I don't know specifics.
Zarius limps forward and points in the direction of where the noise was and just ask, "What happened over there?"
What do you mean?
Isn't there like smoke or some shit? What?
Yeah, there was a cloud. There was a cloud of dust. They definitely
Yeah.
heard a
Was the-
crashing sound and saw a large cloud of dust rising. Like, it was completely impossible. This person did not hear it unless they just somehow teleported in. But nonetheless, his response is, "I'm not sure what you're talking about."
Right. So if you can point us in the direction of Ogma's.
Well, it's near the main temple in town, and he points over, sort of in the direction of where the crash came from. Just across the main road, and there's a collection of shops and stores.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
So you make your way over there. All of the shops have signs, so it's easy enough to identify Ogma's. And it does appear to be the shop you saw in the mirror.
So if we enter, do we see the captain?
Not immediately. You see an older human woman who comes up to you and says, "Can I help you? Do you need something? Salves and ointments? Healing?"
Just looking for the moment, if that's all right.
Of
Yeah.
course. Most people
What's-
come in knowing more about what they want. I mean, things are labeled by what they are, but unless you're an expert, you might not understand the value of the different ointments here.
Well, certainly if we have questions, we know where to find you.
Of course. She looks a little confused, but she leaves you alone.
Probably does look confused considering the sizes of the various dwarfs that just walked into the place.
And I just have to picture you all as like Snow White dwarves with the little hats.
That's what I was going for.
So what's her demeanor? You said her demeanor. So does she get, I'm picturing everybody in the town is kind of vanilla, to lack of a better word. They're just kind of like not really animated. They're just kind of like,
Right, they're going through the motions. Nobody
Yeah.
seems to be, everybody appears to be sort of muted, maybe depressed.
yeah. And she is no different.
Right. Actually, I should say, when you get to Ogma's, you would see the cloud of smoke is coming from what was at one point in time a large statue of some sort. But it appears as though maybe because of the tremor, it has completely collapsed. But there is pouring from the various fragments of statue. Water is just spilling out of them, clearly magically being formed by these chunks of statue and spilling into the Athmere.
Is that this right here? Or, oh, wait a minute. No.
No, it's
Yeah,
the Phoenix,
this
the
guy?
Phoenix monument.
Okay.
Right. And then Ogma's ointments and unguents is here.
Mhm. So I think we found the source of the crash.
Yeah, we're looking for the captain.
I mean, if you wander around the store's not like huge. You quickly do find him. He is in it's really like a little stall. It's not super private. So as you round the corner, you hear he like squeals a bit and tries to pull his pants up. But when you're just approaching, all you hear is, "Oh, that feels so good," as he's rubbing ointments on himself.
We
Captain
must go.
Camilio.
Ah, and that he hikes his britches up.
How low can a man go, pleasuring himself in a stall?
What? No. Okay, I'm sorry. Captain, we need to be going. We need to
Oh.
leave this place.
But by all means, get out.
No, we need to leave this town. Now.
Okay, I haven't actually found a ship for the Colossi and the Deadpools, though, nor a crew for my own ship.
I don't think this is the best place for us to find such a crew.
What are you talking
Or
about?
another
It's a basically a fishing town. There's crews all around. I am sure if we look, we can find sailors in need of work here.
Captain, there are things going on that are difficult to explain, but if we do not leave now, something bad may happen and we might not get the chance. Oh, by the way, it's Axius. I'm sure you didn't recognize my voice. I'm disguising it. I've been trying a couple of different accents while I've been going. This is the one I think I've settled on.
I still cannot tell the difference.
Are you looking for work? Is that what you're saying?
Is that enough to help you get back to the ship?
Well, I am currently in need of two ships. I need a crew for my own ship, and I need a separate ship to take the Colossus and the Deadpools out to a certain location in the Athmere. Good fishing spot, no doubt. They really want to fish in this one particular spot.
Yes, Captain, we know. It's Axius speaking. And then Axius like kind of does one of these and it kind of unzips the illusion. And then it shows him, Axius, and then he zips it back up.
Aurelia comes around the corner with a hand. Is he decent yet?
Yeah, he has sort of got his pants sort of hiked up in front. I mean, he's a dwarf, so he has completely different sex organs, hence no half dwarfs.
Yeah, they're
Interesting that
spines.
he didn't seem to care that there's a bunch of big dwarfs.
We need a captain. I just look at our biggest dwarf we have. Just
would be
go
Nala.
Yeah.
pick him up and take him out of here so we can leave.
Very well. And I would can I punch him? Like try and knock him out?
I mean, you
Grab
can.
him.
He has shown that he is
I don't know
fairly
if it's a
hardy.
struggle.
He has shown that he is fairly hardy, so it is unlikely that one punch will knock him unconscious.
All right, I'll just pick him up then. Walk out.
So you
Disgusting.
pick
I'm
him
probably
up.
gonna catch this disease.
Right. You pick him up. His pants are not like up and fastened, so his pants fall again as you hoist him over your shoulder. And as you pick him up, you realize he is like hovering in the air over a dwarf's shoulder because you are a foot taller than your illusion.
Right.
So at that point, to make it all work, Axios is going to use an action to change the nature of the illusion so that Nala looks like a big half orc.
What is going on?
What is the storekeeper's reaction as we are walking around? as
She
we
is
try to leave?
very impassive as you attempt to kidnap this man.
I
How
look
does the
at Jared-
captain all about it?
He is not as happy about it. And he is struggling. But he is partly struggling to get his pants up unsuccessfully and partly struggling to get away.
So
Is the unguent that he was using like right there, or what's?
Yeah, I mean there is essentially it's a little container of it's got the consistency of Vaseline,
Mm,
although it appears to be it's mostly green.
can I tell what it is?
Yeah, I mean, so it is a combination of different flowers mixed with tallow. So it is probably not, it has the potential to go rancid, but I mean, you would, from what you know of medicine, it actually probably would be relatively effective, at least at stopping the discomfort. It wouldn't do anything to like cure him.
Mhm. Okay. That's fine. I can deal with that. I can deal with his disease later.
I just nudge Zarius and say, "Oh, everybody in the town is like this. See, look at her reaction to what's going on. They're obviously under some kind of spell or something."
I don't know. I don't know if this is anything that I would be familiar with.
oh, this is something that I am very familiar with. This is why we need to go. Aurelia is correct. What is happening to the people in this town is not good, and it can happen to us if we stay for too long.
Can it be stopped?
Not simply, and not by us in this current situation. Things may have already gone too far. If all of the town is looking like this, and if we're seeing random puddles of blood.
Nala just stomps out of the room with the captain over his shoulder.
So as you try to leave, the woman does take note of that and stands up and comes over and says, "Before you go, he owes me 50 gold for the ointment."
Is that the value of that stuff?
It varies, but it is not an unfair price for it.
I do not have the coin, and I just continue walking.
What are the rest of you doing?
I don't know how much money I have on me.
All
So
right,
she-
I guess
she is
I'll handle
proceeding-
this. And then
She's proceeding to follow you at this point.
Axius says, "Oh, you have to go. There's another person that has a much bigger order than this one, and they're walking out the other end in the back. You should go." He has suggestion.
Axios, we need crew.
So she doesn't exactly, seem agitated by it, but she turns and starts to walk to the other end of the store. And you hear her say when she gets there, "Hello? You owe me money before you leave."
Quick, it's not going to last long. We need to go before.
Yeah, only 8 hours.
Well, once the course of
once
the
they complete
activity.
it, yeah, it's over.
So yeah, as Aurelia is leaving, I'm sure the shelves are full of random items. I'm just gonna open my cloak and just right in as I leave.
Do you scoop up an armful of random ointments and
Random, yeah.
unguents?
Yep.
What? All right, I'll drop 50 gold onto the counter before we leave.
So you make your way back to the ship. Nala's shoulder smeared with green.
Yeah.
Gross.
Now that means it touched you.
Yeah. I know.
It's fine though. There's incompatibility in your in the organs, so the diseases that he gets are different from the ones you can get.
Oh, right. Yeah.
So you're safe.
Right. This is
That's what you should tell yourself at night,
right.
especially if you start developing an itch on your shoulder.
Yeah. I'm gonna maybe
Darius
jump
can tell
into
you
the water.
this is rarely fatal in dwarves.
How is it in Goliaths?
So yeah, let's get the hell out of here.
We still need a crew.
This is it. Let's
Uh.
talk about that when we're out in the ocean, away from this place.
What exactly are we fleeing here? Potential crew?
Captain, there's
Clown, tell him about the clown.
Oh, I saw the clown. It's like some sort of an illusion of a clown.
That's not just an illusion. What you may have seen may have been an illusion, but the clown is real somewhere, and the magic is real as well. Why am I talking like this now? We're back on the boat. The clown is real, and like all of the stuff that you're seeing with the way the people are acting weird, they're under the clown's spell. And probably with that statue that broke, that's probably part of it too. I bet donuts to gold, that statue was some kind of magic artifact.
Well, I'm sure you're correct. The statue is magic in some way. But everybody seemed fine with the clown.
And everybody seemed fine with a magic statue just collapsing. Think about it. If that statue, with where it was placed, mattered, wouldn't people at least be curious about why it's collapsing?
I mean, I guess. But
Did you feel the ground shake?
I mean, I noticed the building I was in shake a bit.
Did you see the blood near the kiosk when you went in?
I did see that there were, lots of puddles of blood. I assume they had some fight, like goblins raid towns, right? This part of the empire is like a shithole relative to Lucianum. I'm sure goblins raid here all the time. We have no problems down south. I'm sure they have something similar up here.
Well, we can go to a different town somewhere else that's not
Where they'll have
creepy with
different
clowns.
goblin problems.
Captain Pomilio, you have to trust us. This is not the place where we're gonna find a crew, and we need to leave before whatever's happening to the town also happens to us, or worse. Things are afoot.
I mean, I am perfectly happy to take you and Daggerface with me, but we came here because this was the closest place to where we were at the time. The nearest town's not that close. It's not like we could sail for a day and get to a new town, unless we want to go to Pax Chloranthus. Maybe we can make it to Pax Chloranthus in a day. But there you have an whole Imperial Navy camped around it, which is almost certainly going to search our ship looking for these idiots.
I just turn and look to see what he's looking at.
He's pointing towards like the giant dwarves and the half orc. He actually doesn't know which of you is which, so he's also pointing at like you.
Axius is just he's gonna use his action to change his illusion and unzip the dwarf to his waist. So it looked like there's like a dwarf like skin hanging around his waist.
I find it amusing that you're using the zipper, considering that was like a recent invention, like 1913 or something.
Well, they have zippers here.
Magical zippers.
Axius is just really creative. He thinks ahead of his time.
Mhm.
Captain, I know it's not ideal. Maybe we can go somewhere else. Maybe, we just have to try and bite the bullet. But I mean, we can't stay here.
Okay. When we get to the
Other-
next town, you guys, I'm just telling you now, you're on your own. You just get off my ship. I will sail away immediately. I will find the minimum possible crew I need. I will pull double duty myself. You find your own passage to the middle of the Athmere. Wherever we go, do you want to go to the east or to the west? Because if we go, in fact, fuck that. We're going west. We will sail past Pax Chloranthus, I guess, to someplace further west of Pax Chloranthus, where I think I can find a crew. But I'm not going further to the east, further away from where I need to go. All right, bitches, man the sails.
So how long is it going to take us to get to where we need this new place?
It'll take about a day to get to Pax Chloranthus. And some thought has to be given. Are you like going to give that a wide berth, or are you just going to sail right on past it? Because, like he said, there will be potential naval ships around it. But it would take
Not a
about a
problem.
day to get from here to there. And then he's not exactly sure where the next suitable portage would be, but probably like another day or so to get to the next town. The next suitable town. There's probably like, fishing villages or something, but nothing big enough to where you could hire a crew.
And we still got to worry about that thing out there. We got to get there quick too.
One thing at a time.
There will always be a crisis.
Yeah. Haven't you noticed?
Yeah, but that one looks pretty big. I mean, right, Bob?
What of the one here?
There's not a whole lot we can do about this one.
Says you.
I don't understand. Explain why.
Adrano the clown is not just a clown. I don't know exactly what he is, but he uses magic to feed on the people where he performs. And then, in addition to that, people start dying. And not only do people die, but he draws magic from some kind of big magical artifact. You know, probably like that statue or something else. And then the area starts getting connected to the plane of chaos. There's chaos magic. We do not want to be anywhere near chaos magic.
And then what are the lingering effects?
Well, I mean, death is probably one of them up there. But I mean, in terms
Once
of
all-
lingering effects,
Once everyone is dead.
I mean, it depends. It depends on what it was he was trying to do in the town.
Should have never.
And Daggerface chimes in to say, are we really running away from a clown? Is that why we're leaving?
It's not a clown, bro. Daggerface, Captain, sir. It's a creature that looks like a clown, or maybe it is a clown. Doesn't matter that he's a clown. It matters that he's got swagger.
What? So we're running away from a clown because he got swagger?
Yeah, big shoes, big magic.
I mean,
So I ain't scared of no Pennywise, motherfucker.
okay, cool. It doesn't care if you're scared or not.
Good.
Place
Sounds
is
like
worse by the
It
minute.
would
Alright.
make an interesting pelt.
Look, I told you what's going on to the best of my knowledge. What we do with that, fine, whatever. I don't think we should be here much longer because who knows when the magic is going to spread to us. And even if we did find a crew, the magic might have already been in them too far, and they might end up dropping dead along on the trip anyways. And Zarius with his stingy magic isn't going to raise them, just like he won't raise our current crew.
Actually, that's a good point. When we hire a crew to take us back there, aren't they all going to be at risk of dying just like the original crew?
And also, aren't they going to be weirded out by the fact that we have so many bodies on the ship?
Yeah, they might actually. That is a good point.
I don't think that is going to be a good long-term solution.
I thought we were getting on a different ship.
Either way, I mean, I don't know what. Either way, Zarius could just solve the problem and he doesn't want to.
Can't we just commandeer one of these other ships as like nod towards like the fishing vessels along the?
Who are we going to get to sail them or work them?
Oh, we'll find a small one.
Yeah, well,
So we don't need much crew.
Pomilio chimes in from the wheel. Well, you just kidnapped me out of a shop. Why don't you just kidnap some other captain? You all climb aboard his ship. Sail back immediately.
Pomilio, you haven't been exposed to the magic of this town like everybody else has.
No, just other stuff.
That I can deal with.
Yeah, but Zarius, I wouldn't, exert yourself too much. I mean, you need to save your magic, Maybe when we get to our destination, that would probably be a good time.
So are we casting off or what?
Maybe we can pull one of these fishing boats with us. I don't think any of the captains or the people are gonna mind.
Okay, what do we do with the ship then?
Familia says that that's is
Let me
not
tell
how
you.
ships work.
2
You don't just throw
years.
they you just throw a rope around the prow and drag it behind you, because then it can sail into you and crash. You need a lot of distance between you and that ship.
Tugboats haven't been invented yet.
Even then,
Okay.
tugboats use bumpers to push from behind. Not
Yeah.
Or are straight up attached in the front.
Is there anyone among you who could like cancel magic or like remove curses?
Maybe at the end of my axe.
Like a
Yes.
like a magic nullifying spell or something?
Tomorrow I could remove a curse.
Okay.
Yeah, but would it be worth it?
I mean, if we get people from here and a ship from here, if we can do that, it makes a little bit more sense and gives us a little bit more of an option. Because what's going on here, it's bad juju. And
Okay.
There is an
uh,
idea.
Okay, so out in we left, what are we supposed to go back and do? I'm
We were gonna go kill the weird
losing
beholder
track of
thing
all our
in the water.
world-ending events here that we're supposed to fix.
There is
Yeah, I
a pale beholder-like creature that is conducting some ritual in the middle of the lake, or at least somewhere near the middle of the lake.
Okay, and he's gonna release some sort of horrible.
Yeah,
thing.
it's not
We don't know.
it's not clear what he's going to release, but he's up to no good.
So what Axius saw and what he communicated was that the ritual is going to summon another black sphere, like what you guys encountered before going into the void.
Okay, so that sphere will eventually make its way here, and then Ando the clown will be here, and they'll just cancel each other out and kill each other.
We don't know where that sphere is going.
No, I mean,
And we don't know what it's going to do.
I have an idea. It is not a very good one. But if we could send some message to one who would be high in power. I'm talking to Aurelia and I guess technically T-Hole. Because they're the only two who would have any fucking clue what I'm talking about.
Well,
and
What
perhaps have them.
Teal would probably ask, like, what message are you thinking about sending? I
To
mean,
someone who
ultimately, I
could-
am the emperor, so I am the highest of powers. So you could just speak it to me now. And
Can you move the null magic zone to the city? To this village?
I cannot do that at the moment.
So we send a message to someone who can.
This is a small farming village. If there's somebody with the pool to make a whole null magic zone, they're not gonna care about this small
But they will
farming.
care about us. Indicating me and T-Hole in particular.
So put a target on your back. Like what? Why wouldn't they just send more of their ships? They already got the blockade going on.
I'm
It
the
has
one who
been
could.
insufficient so far.
And also, we're only a day from Pax Gloranthus. It's not like they wouldn't have options.
Good, then we can submit them to this.
Okay, but what about the more short-term plan of how we get back to deal with that magic eye tentacle thing?
Can't you use one of your magic spells? Compel the captain to do so. You were so eager to do it upon the old lady.
I mean,
Meanwhile, the captain's like, right here.
yeah, that was like a short-term thing. I'm not gonna just melt somebody's brain to my will like that.
You couldn't pay the old woman.
You clearly could and weren't in a real rush to like cough up the dough when you had a chance. It wasn't until Aurelia started emptying the shelves that you were like, oh, okay, maybe I can give him money.
I had
Who's
a
the
cat
one
on
in
me.
the wrong there, man?
There was a feline on top of me. I was
Okay,
slow to
I don't know what
react.
that means, but like, my concern was getting out of this town as quick as possible. Your concern was like, coughing up a couple coins. So, yeah.
So,
I'm still unconvinced that we should even leave here right now, if we can deal with it.
I gave you what I know. If you guys want to try and like solve it, fine. I'm down to try, but I mean, like,
Clowns, count me out.
look, if we had gotten here just as Adrano was getting here, maybe. He's been here months, probably. That poster announcing that he was coming, like, that's an old poster. And the way that the people of this town are right now, the magic has taken effect. Things are in motion.
and this seems like a fairly large city. I'm a bit worried.
It's
that-
not. It's not.
No, this-
though.
we're
It's
not
not a
in.
large city.
it's
It's a
not?
farming
Oh.
town.
It's about 700 people tops in the town
700.
itself. Maybe 1,000 to 1,500 in the surrounding areas.
Right.
We had a nice little empire when I left. What the hell have you guys done with it? We didn't have random clowns running around, ruined farming towns, shit coming out of the water, void, death spears. We can't have nice things.
And
Yeah.
Daggerface says, well, listen, I gotta trust that Axius wouldn't be this passionate about it unless there was a real problem. So yeah, it's inconvenient, and we are probably against some kind of clock, but look, we're wasting time having the discussion. We should just move on, find some other place, find a ship
well.
or new crew there.
Or we could like raise the crew we got. Or we could find a crew and like try to remove the curse and the magic and stuff. But I mean, like Daggerface said, we gotta figure out what we're doing and do it.
Let us get up to the next village over then. You can use your spells to disguise us whenever we go through the blockade.
Yeah, cool.
So the
Get
ship
these
sets sail.
sails out. Yeah.
I mean, initially the sails aren't down, but he's using the magical drive to sort of steer away from the dock. Eventually, you're able to get under proper sail. And again, every one of you has to serve, and Bob has to serve as the crew for the ship. So it is a fair bit of hard work. After about a day, you do pass Pax Gloranthus itself, which is well before you get there, you can see it is situated atop what was once a mountain that the gods at some point flattened off, or at least such is the myth. The city is built on top of this plateau, the remains of this single mountain. You can see it's got its white walls are there. There are a series of jet black towers that rise up from the middle of it that have been there for about a century or so. You do see there are a large number of naval vessels in the area, but they actually don't bother trying to stop you. Most of them appear to be at anchor. They don't seem to be conducting active searches of all the ships coming and going from the port. So you're able to sail past them without any of them really alerting to the fact that you're there. So is anyone doing anything? It'll take another day before you reach the next town.
Zarius, can you scry on that monster to see?
Oh, that reminds me, Aurelia, make me a wisdom save.
Oh, great. A wisdom save. Oh, wonderful.
And then a perception check.
Oh, that's not bad.
So you can make me a perception check.
Don't have any perception. Eh,
So you don't really notice anything.
okay.
So sorry, now you can go.
The scrying thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can do that. Yeah.
Hopefully, it's not too late.
So what are you scrying on specifically? The creature or?
What did I scry on last time? I forgot.
I think you were scrying on the location
Right.
because you didn't know the creature was there specifically.
And the creature can resist my scry, so I think I'll stick with the location.
So you scry on the location. You do not see the creature this time. You do see there appear a series of what look to be black rays shooting up out of the water into the ball of undulating water that's at the end of the arm of the statue. You see it's not as bright as it was before. And you realize after looking at it for a minute that periodically there are little pulses of energy that go in the opposite direction down the black rays down into the water. But you don't see the creature there at the moment.
Can I do some kind of arcana check to see if there might be a relative time frame that this might be able to go on for, or get a sense of what is happening in more detail?
Sure, you can make an arcana check. So you're sure that it's whatever this is siphoning off energy from whatever this effect is on the statue. You realize from the timing of the pulses and just, or at least you could make an educated guess from the timing of the pulses and the amount of energy you see moving through it, that this, whatever the effect is on this statue, it's probably very ancient divine magic. And it was probably incredibly powerful. What it was for, you don't necessarily know. As for time frame, it's difficult to figure out. Probably within the course of a few days, it will have drained everything out of this effect, if that's its goal to drain everything. But you're not sure what the ultimate goal of draining energy away from this statue's arm is.
Okay, and we've been traveling for how long now from the orb?
You've been traveling for about 2 days now.
And then we have how much longer till the next?
Another day.
So it's gonna be 6 days before we get there at minimum.
Right. Well, it'll be another 4 days before you get back to where this was. 1 day to get to the next town, assuming you get another ship immediately, 3 days to get back. Roughly 4 days.
Yeah, 4 days from now, but 6 days total from the time that we left.
Right.
So Axios would share that with the crew, with everybody, and be like, look, we don't have much time, so we gotta hurry up if we can.
I mean, maybe we should wait and see what happens and may go to Wayfair and take out that clown. And then we can just deal with it.
You guys are nothing like the comic books.
And Daggerface says, I've been thinking about it. For all we know, I mean, based on everything I've learned as an adventurer, it may be that the clown is actually related to whatever that creature is doing.
Could be. It would be that would be a pretty interesting coincidence.
I mean, I'm just going by what some people call adventurers' logic of we arrive in the strange town and the magic statue collapses, and now there's a change in what's going on out in the middle of the Athmere. So maybe it's all related.
Statue was pouring out water.
This is all beyond me.
Yeah, but we
Uh,
didn't test the water. It could have been something else.
Yeah, and of course, we could have dealt with this days ago if we had a crew, which we could have real quick if, we just brought him back from the dead, which is a thing that's totally normal apparently and can be done.
Is not normal.
No, it's not, but you can do it. And you won't.
It will get us nowhere.
It would get us dealing with the thing before, either we run out of time or, lots more people end up dying.
I do not see why you waste your breath.
Axios takes a big, deep puff of his glass grass, blows it right into Sarius's face.
Oh yeah.
Hold on.
Uh-oh. Is that PvP?
You're safe.
Oh my gosh.
So you sail on. Within a day, you see another town that seems to have a port. You probably passed a fishing village or two, or at least small clusters of homes, but you see something big enough to take in a ship of this size. It's a fair bit smaller. It's probably a village of 200 or so people, but it does have one large dock jutting out. So the captain brings it in.
Do they have any ships in the dock?
You do see two vessels, one of which is probably a cargo vessel, another appears to be a fishing vessel. According to the charts, this town is Katoon.
What is that? What is a cartoon?
It's just the name of the town. I'm not sure what it originally referred to.
I'm looking for any kind of like statues or whatever the most prominent building is, some kind of, holy
The most-
site or.
Right. The most prominent building in this town would be the temple to the four gods.
Okay. Is there any kind of like black cloud above it, or is it spewing like necrotic energy into the sky or anything? It's like,
Not that you can see,
okay, not that I can
But-
see. Okay.
right? It appears to be, it is actually a sunny day today. It's a little warm. It's about 90 degrees. But, the village itself looks perfectly peaceful and normal as far as you could tell.
Okay. I don't see
But
like,
you see the steeple atop the temple, which is not that far from the docks.
all right, are the people moving around like do they look like they're moving normally? Or they look like they're walking like zombies? Are they covered in blood or anything?
Not they, when
Not
you
that I
pull
can
into
s-
the port, you could see that people appear to be moving normally. The cargo ship is currently being loaded with something, so there's a fair bit of activity towards the front end of the dock. You're kind of way at the far end of the dock, but a lot of sailors are moving around hauling things aboard this ship. The fishing vessel seems to have a fairly large catch of fish on it, but you don't see as many people milling about it. Everyone seems to be sort of normally animated. And you don't see any puddles of blood.
They're just
No, it's
hiding
okay.
it really well.
Well, now we have to convince a crew to go on a suicide mission with us. So here we go.
Yeah, that is going to be hard. We're going to have to probably pay them a lot to go on a suicide mission.
Yes. Another thing which I do not have much of.
Well, luckily, the Dagger Forge can afford to pay, I think, a ship. It's just, I don't know if we have enough money to convince somebody. I mean, I don't know that we have to describe it as a suicide mission.
Well,
We can, we don't have to take all of the sailors right into the middle of combat. We can get close enough and row our way in.
Yeah,
I-
I think, and I think I have like something that could help with that. Like I said, I've never tried it, but it's magic that is like real good.
if you turn this boat into a big orgy, I'm gonna kick your ass.
Oh,
Don't,
sweetie, that's later.
don't
That's
just threaten us with the
after.
orgy, goddammit.
So I look at one of the people unloading whatever the fish, and I was like,
It's the cargo ship that's being loaded. There you see that there's a large haul in the nets of fish on the fishing vessel, but there's not as many crew milling about that ship at the moment.
so I'm like, I just yelled, "How are you this fine day?"
As well as can be expected. I mean,
Yeah, we're not gonna. I
This is-
turn to the rest. We're not gonna find anybody here. They're all seem like they're in a pretty good. They're in a pretty good. They're not depressed or anything. We need to find a town that's downbeaten
Oh,
that doesn't
so-
have clowns. The
Oh.
suicide mission would seem like it's a step up. They all seem like they have pleasant disposition.
There's gonna be some ruffians somewhere.
right, but we need ruffians with, experience as sailors.
We really need a captain.
Right, we also need a boat because Familio doesn't want to take this boat into harm's way.
Right, that's at least what he says. Yeah.
I forget if you said if there were other boats here.
There are two other boats here. One's a cargo vessel, one's a fishing vessel.
I mean, if there's like a dock master or something like that that we could talk to, or otherwise, if they're easily accessible, then we could just.
So
go
it
up to
is,
them.
right, this place has one long dock. There is a dock house at the base of the dock. And when you go in, you can see there's an old man sitting behind a table. Can I help you? I'm the port master.
We have a ship that needs a crew.
Oh, we need
Um,
a ship too.
So you need a ship that and a crew.
These are two separate requests.
What?
The
What?
crew was not for the ship that we need.
What?
We have a ship.
So you need a ship that doesn't have a crew, and separately you need a crew.
For another
We have,
ship.
we have a ship that needs a crew, and then we need another ship that
Without
has
a crew.
that is crewed and can take
Oh.
us somewhere.
We can let like
I
Captain
understand
Emilio
now.
worry about his own crew. We just need a ship and a crew.
Well, I mean, I don't have the authority to hire out ships. There's 3 ships in port now. One just pulled up. We haven't gotten information on that one yet. I mean, I would talk to the captains of the various ships, see if they're willing to take on whatever charter it is you're offering. At least that's how to find a ship. To find a crew, I would probably go to the Wayfarers Inn and see if there are people there looking to take on a job. There probably are. I don't know if you could-
Whoa, slow down. The Wayfarers Inn. Has there a
Yes.
clown been through here?
No,
What's the name of this town?
what did I say? Cartoon.
Oh, yeah, I could see
Okay.
that, yeah.
Did you
Gesundheit.
call it Wayfarer at one time?
No,
Fayfair? Have you changed the name recently?
no. Fayfair, there is a place called Fayfair. It's a town pretty far over to the east.
Okay. How old does this guy look?
He is probably about 60.
Okay, he's on death's door then. Okay.
Depends on if he comes with us or not.
It's a dwarf. Or
Yeah, is he a dwarf? I mean,
No,
is he
it's
human?
he's human, 60 years old, white haired.
How do you feel about your life?
It's pretty good.
Any regrets?
Sure, I guess I have a few regrets. I mean, nothing major.
You thought about the
uh,
legacy you're leaving behind.
what? What are you looking for?
We're looking for a crew.
Okay, so there is the place where you're more likely to find sailors is at the Wayfarers Inn.
a harbor master must have been a captain at one stage in his life.
Not in my case. I was a sailor once upon a time, but that was a long time ago. Then I settled down here, took over this job. Pretty straightforward, pretty simple life, but it's a good one.
Yeah, but you'd rather be out on the ocean, right?
Wow, I mean,
On the
the
waves.
oceans.
Mhm. Singing sea shanty songs or something.
You must know a
Oh.
lot.
Pretty happy with my life here.
You don't look it.
Thanks.
Miserable.
Don't
I
worry.
saw your face from a mile
we
away.
won't complete. We won't. We'll check by again later to see if you're interested. You could be desperate if you want. That's fine.
Okay, good luck finding a ship. And he gets up and starts like ushering you out at this point.
I count that as one. There's one for us.
That's one. One in the crew.
Grizzled sailor. We got one.
We're gonna get out there. He's gonna be like, "This shouldn't be here."
You're gonna need a bigger boat.
Um, did Pamilio, is that the guy's name? The captain
Yeah,
of
that's
the
the
ship we were just
captain.
on?
Yeah, what's
Did
he doing?
did he get off with us or?
Yes, he did.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
So I guess before he would have like parted ways with us, I would have, and I gotta redo this here. I will have put a hand on his shoulder. Is he? He was dwarven, right?
Yeah, he's a dwarf.
Yeah. I dwarf him. Hand on his shoulder. I don't know how sturdy he is. He might buckle a little bit, maybe. I don't know.
I mean, he's dwarves in my game. They have like powerful build, so he can
Oh,
take
okay.
a fair bit of weight.
Okay, good. Cool. This is, you will not have to worry about that again. And I quickly cast what's the restoration? And
So what does it look like when you cast that?
with the hand on his shoulder, it's like a quick chant under my breath, and then the magic flows down my arm into him.
So is there like
And
a
it sort of
does he-
circles around the groin, I guess. And immediately alleviates his itching.
Yeah. So as the magic is circling around the groin,
we're
though,
on the dock. It's full view of everybody.
right? As the magic is circling around his groin, you hear ah, and he begins to just punch himself in the groin to dispel the magic. At which point he just falls and is rolling on the ground.
It's just like, you will feel better shortly. Begin to walk off.
And the sailors who are loading things give Zarius a wide berth at that point, lest his groin punching magic infect them too.
That's what I want to be known for. The guy who can make you punch your own groin. I don't know that spell, infestation, but I feel like that would be a good one to make you do that.
Boy.
So what are you doing after that?
I guess we have a location for us to go, right? Or well, we need to talk to the other ships, I guess. See if one of these.
Maybe they're looking for crew and we can acquire the ship while we're on board.
They might already have a.
What do they call it? A mutiny or something along those lines?
I do not believe that will be necessary. They likely already have a crew that they hire regularly.
No, that's a good idea, but we'll just have that as a solid plan C.
I do not believe it should
Let's
be
keep
a plan at all.
workshopping that.
What's A and B? Was A to kill the clown, B get a crew, C mutiny against another crew?
Forget, remind me how you felt about your father.
Well, he was a interesting man.
You could say, remind me how you felt about your groin.
Oh, then stay away from me with that magic, Sarius.
You remind me a lot of him.
All right, the Wayfarer Inn, I'm headed that way.
Okay, so I mean, you make it there. It looks
Okay.
completely different than the other Wayfarers Inn. In fact, it's just the Wayfarer singular inn as opposed
Okay,
to the
good. All right,
Wayfarers.
well, all right. It's not a franchise. I was afraid. Okay.
This place looks pretty dank. I mean, there's definitely must be some accommodation somewhere, but the the lower floor, I mean, the building itself is 2 stories and not that big. So the lower floor is mostly a bar. It's about 40 by 40. It
Okay.
seems pretty dark and dirty, but there seems to be a fair number of people there. It's probably about 3 p.m. at this point.
Okay.
There's a lot of smoke as you enter from people who are just smoking various things.
Good. I go up to the bar, keep, and get an ale.
He reaches down, pulls up a glass, looks at it. It's filthy. He pours the ale in it, doesn't clean it, slides it over to you.
Good. Fantastic. I start to drink it and turn away and like try to keep myself from gagging.
There seems to
I'm
be.
looking
what
for a
does everybody-
crew.
What does everybody look like at this point?
Yeah, I would have recast it to everybody be dwarves. I'd make Zarius look like he's got like pustules all over his face that are just seeping.
It's fine. I can make you punch your groin.
Yeah. Nala would look like a big half orc to avoid the
Floating
yeah.
shoulders. Yeah.
So when you yell that you're looking for a crew, several people look over. You don't. There are small groups of people. You probably don't imagine any that there's like one crew all sitting together. But initially, nobody responds directly. Although you do see you've caught a couple of people look sort of interested. They seem to be assessing the situation.
I don't want to seem too desperate, so I'm just gonna sip my ale, pretending not and try not to gag.
So eventually one person makes his way over, has a drink in his hand, and he leans up against the bar, not actually looking you in the eye. He's just sort of looking across the bar. So you need a crew. What exactly is the job? What's vessel are you on?
Don't have a vessel just yet. And it's probably certain death.
Okay, then. He finishes up his ale, goes back. Sits down.
No, pardon me. My friend, she's a bit
When did you
Oh.
get in here?
He was in disguise. You don't know. He can change his disguise at will.
my friend is a bit of a exaggerator. No, we're looking for a crew, mostly to just take us, to the east a bit, in that area, and then eventually off to the what is it, the Athmere?
Yeah, Athmere is the name of the sea that you happen to be on right
Or
now.
the what's the desert called? What is it that
The
we're
sea-
looking?
The Sea of Glass.
Where Zarius is from? Like where is it that we're trying to eventually sail to?
Oh, so there's no way to sail to the
Yeah, we
warm
ain't gonna
lands
sail
where
there.
Zarius is from.
Mm-mm.
You were trying to sail to Lucianum, where there was a teleportation
teleport.
circle that would take you to
Yeah.
the Sea of Glass.
Right. Okay. So yeah, we're trying to go to Lucianum, but we have a bit of a stop on the way. It's not a real big issue. Mostly we'll just be having the ship be a bit of a wee way off, and then we're gonna go a little bit for a while, and then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna go to Lucianum.
So make me a persuasion check.
Let me just check something.
All right, I'm interested, although I gather from the two versions I've just heard that there's going to be a little bit of danger probably in this stopover.
Just a bit, but we're doing everything in our power to make sure that any particular danger is minimized for the crew and the ship.
Well, but danger's danger. So, we're going to expect a little bit of a premium.
If you're not up for it, that's fine. Is there another bar that's, another tavern that
Once
those
again,
that
my
actually have a pair that, would be afraid of a little, wouldn't mind a little danger?
my friend, once again, she's a bit anxious to get going there. So
Well, I would say before you do that, Aurelia, I guess that would be intimidation. I mean, it's really goading, but intimidation is probably as close.
Sure. You want to make an intimidation roll?
Yes. To see if you can goad this guy into defending his. Hey, you're not going to find anyone anywhere in this town with bigger fucking balls than I have.
excellent. Then you're just the man that we're looking for. What exactly is your rate?
Like I said, it sounds as if there's going to be all sorts of problems along the way, issues that are going to have to be dealt with, even if you try to, keep it all to the lowest possible levels for the safety of the rest of us. I don't know that we can necessarily be sure that we're going to be safe the whole way there and back again. So I don't mean to hold you up, but it's going to be at least a gold piece a day per man.
That
I
sounds
slap
about right.
Axios on the back. He is good for it.
Well, that doesn't seem too unreasonable. Now, does it? And then Axios is going to look to the rest of them, to Zarius, Nala. Is Daggerface with us?
He is not.
Okay.
I look at Zarius and see if he perked up when the guy said something about having huge balls, like he might want to examine them. I don't know.
Especially if they're a bit denser than normal.
No.
And once this guy realizes Darius is with you, he says, "Ugh. Do you guys not have a cleric with you that can take care of that?"
Well, he is the cleric.
He may look at those large balls that you have if it's an issue.
I don't think so.
Well,
I mean, first of all, he's clearly got a glandular problem. He is the tallest dwarf I have ever seen. And then I don't know what's going on with all those boils.
It's a bit of a generational issue. His father had it. His father's father had it. His brothers had it. His cousins had it. It's a family thing. But don't worry, if you won't catch anything, and the smell, you get used to it.
It's going to be like 2 gold pieces a day if we're going to risk getting sick.
Zarius just looks to Axios like, this is what you did.
So I can arrange for a crew. I assume it's one of the ships that's already in port. So which
yeah.
ship is it? How many men?
The one
do
that
you
just
think
showed
we
up.
need? I'm not sure which one just showed up. The 2 ships I'm aware of have been here for 2 days.
Yeah,
The
no,
one
this
which looks like a shoe.
one that looks.
Yeah,
I
he's
don't know.
probably been in. You haven't been in port that long, so he hasn't been like looking out a window. To
Right.
see.
He's been in this joint for who knows how long. Yeah.
Right. So he doesn't know your ship. That
Yeah,
ship requires a minimum crew of 5, but the captain's taking that ship with him.
Well, that's what he
Familia
thinks.
thinks thinks he's taking
That's
that ship with him.
That's, yeah, he can, yeah, of course. That's okay. All right.
So 5 men, you're saying you need. Are we agreed on 2 gold pieces a day?
I mean, I'm sure Axios, hit him on the back again, is good for it.
Right, he's talking to
Oh.
Axios because he's the one who's clearly good for it.
Isn't there a chest of gold that was on the ship?
Meant to be
Yes.
protecting it, yes.
And Axios is aware of that.
Yes,
Okay.
Axios was helping to protect it.
Yeah, we can settle that. That shouldn't be too much of an issue.
All right, when are we setting sail?
As soon as possible.
It'll take me a couple of hours. Most ships won't set sail at night, so we could set sail first thing in the morning. I could definitely have everyone rounded up by then.
Is there no way to get it done sooner before night? Is there a reason not to set sail?
Well,
Like,
there are navigational hazards. Most ships don't sail through the night. They don't have to. But that makes, things a little more risky. But I think, for 3 gold pieces a day, I could probably get people who'd be willing to sail through the night.
Axios is good for it.
I think that we can do it. So
You think
no,
you can do it?
so 15 gold pieces a day. Sailing to Lucianum. That's about how long is that?
Well, I don't know how big a detour you want, but it's probably to get to Lucianum going to be at least, I mean, mind you, we're going to have to get back on our own at that point. So that's part of what you're paying for there. But probably, depending on the speed of your ship, 20 to 30 days. Plus, however long this detour you're making is.
I think we can manage that. Sure.
All right, well, give me 2 hours and if there's a problem, I will send word.
You wouldn't happen to know a captain in town, would you?
A ship captain?
Yeah.
I'm not aware of a ship captain, no.
Presumably one maybe out of work.
Not that I'm aware of. Most
Any that
ship,
wish they were a ship captain?
there I don't know of any particularly, but I bet you there's somebody who wishes he was a ship captain. They're grave diggers and people who have to haul away waste. Sure, they have dreams of bigger things or had them once upon a time. But I shouldn't waste time
No.
chit chatting if you want this crew by nightfall.
Yep.
I
And
So
like-
he walks away, talks to 2 guys at a table he was sitting at originally. All 3 of them get up and they leave.
Well,
All right, so what are we doing about the ship and the cotton then?
I begin to walk. Is there anybody left in here?
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people left in here.
I just begin to walk out of here disapprovingly as though they had their chance and they're just not up to it. It's very disappointing.
We should speak
Yep.
to one of the captains. Go to the ships.
Right, in case ours doesn't agree with what we want to do.
I think he's made it clear that he doesn't want to do what we want to do.
Right. As you are leaving, Aurelia, Captain Familio comes limping in. He seems to be walking in like a wide stance.
How is your itch?
I can't feel the itch.
You're welcome.
Have you been riding horseback?
He grumbles at that and walks past you.
Maybe his balls grew in size.
You don't know a whole lot about dwarves.
What
Yeah,
about
dwarves in my world don't have balls.
Yeah, they're on the inside.
Spined genitals.
Innies? Gotcha.
All right.
Um,
So we know where the captain is. He just went in here, right?
Yep.
We know where he is. So we're gonna make. Well, I'm gonna beat feet back to the dock then.
So you make it back to the dock.
Is there any ships other than ours there still?
The two ships that were there are still there in addition to your ship. There's now a person, appears to be a half elf standing outside your ship. Seems to be, he's got a plank of wood with him that he's got a piece of parchment on that he's writing things. He's staring at your ship as he's writing things. Occasionally he stops to like pull an inkwell out of his pocket and dip.
Oh, can I help you?
Imperial Customs agent. What business does the ship have here in this port?
I don't know. It's an eyesore, if I've ever seen one.
Is there cargo aboard? Are you trading while you're here?
No, they took it off.
They took the cargo off.
Yeah, they did. Went into town. The captain is down at that Wayfarer Inn if you want to talk to him.
Do you know the name of the captain?
Halo, I think his name is. Walks
That's
funny. He's a very strange gait. You can't miss him. He's a dwarf.
It's Palo.
Well, I will go and find him, as you have to have the proper paperwork to simply
Yeah,
unload.
you better
cargo.
catch him before he drinks too much, because then he will be completely sauced and you won't be able to understand it.
Well, he will spend the night in jail if he's
Good.
completely
I
sauced.
hope so, because he is a very angry drunk.
And he stumps off at that.
We'll go get
So
our
our
things
captain
once
just
he's
got
out of
arrested.
once he's out of view. We go and get our
Yes, we
things.
go to.
Let's get our things.
We need a captain, and there are two other ships.
Go speak to the captains. I will start gathering our things.
I go to the next ship, like that's loading cargo or whatever they're doing.
Okay, so the cargo ship is named the Gloriosa. It's easy enough to get on board. I mean, the gangplank is down. People are kind of going up and down the gangplank, but you know, you just time it and go in when in the gaps.
Okay.
And
Uh,
eventually someone comes up to you. Can I help you? I'm one of the mates on this ship.
No.
If I can't help you, then
No.
I'm gonna
I'm
have
just-
to ask you to step off the ship.
Well, I'd like to speak with the captain, of course.
Very well. Come with me. And he leads you to back to the captain's quarters.
Okay.
Captain Proclus, this dwarf asked to speak with you. And he shoos the guy away. What can I help you? He seems to appears to be he appears to be he's definitely a halfling. What can I do for you?
Oh boy. So you're the captain of the ship?
I am indeed. And it's been a while since we've had such a lovely short lady on board. Please sit, have a drink with me.
It's okay. Are you what's your current assignment? Are you taking the ship somewhere, or are you in town for a while?
No, we're just taking on cargo and then we're sailing to Pax Loranthus. drop off the cargo there. It's a nice little bit of coin for a short run.
Excellent.
You need to ship something.
We need a ship kept.
You need the ship, right?
Oh, no, we have a ship.
I mean, I don't know of any captain that's looking for work aboard a ship. Oh, I mean, are you looking to hire me to leave this ship and go to a different ship?
If you play your cards right, maybe.
See this, I have a certain percentage of the cargo of this ship that will come to me when we unload it. So it's really not a good time for me to just abandon ship, because then I will lose out on my fee.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's the way I think you'll find most ship captains work, is they get a certain percentage of the overall haul. Even the fishing vessels probably got the same sort of arrangement.
Oh, I'm just unfamiliar with the seafaring ways. Did you, was there another ship that was docked here too? Right, there's two.
Yes.
Fishing vessel.
I will be right back. Appreciate your time. I will look for hopefully I'll find somebody I'll look for another captain and I will return. I don't know if we can afford your percentage.
Okay.
Um,
And you leave. He just looks confused.
Meanwhile, so Captain Familio's at the bar, right? Still?
Yes.
Okay. Axius would go up to him and he'd be like, Cotton, is there anything we can do to change your mind to let us use your vessel and to continue to guide us to Lucianum?
Absolutely there is not. I mean, it's not my vessel, first of all. It belongs to the Duke. And I don't even know what happens to me if it just gets destroyed fighting monsters. I don't even know what happens to me, given that all of the crew is dead. I could be found to be in dereliction of duty for that alone.
But certainly the Duke knows of Daggerface and the Colossus and the Deadpools.
Oh, absolutely. And I intend to blame everything on Daggerface and the Colossus and the Deadpools. But see, the problem is, even more, I don't want the ship to be sunk or lost, but even more so than that, I don't want to be killed. And I got awfully close there. I see no reason to turn around and face the danger. It's great that, you guys want to do it, but you're going to do it without me.
What exactly was it that the Duke said for you to do?
I was supposed to ferry you guys to Cartha. That was it. I was supposed to ferry as fast as we could, get you guys to Cartha. And then Daggerface said that he received some sort of message to not go to Cartha. And instead we diverted to that set of waterfalls where we picked up the Colossus and the Deadpools.
Right, but what was the intention once you had picked up the Colossus and the Deadpools?
I didn't even know we were picking up the Colossus and Deadpools. I thought we were dropping you guys off in Cartha and then turning around and sailing back to Lucianum. Now, if Daggerface had told me that we had to wait a week, a couple of weeks, I probably would have said fine. But sailing headlong into danger, no, that wasn't in the cards as far as I knew.
So what is your intention then from here?
I need to find a crew that's willing to sail to Lucianum. I will sail to Lucianum. And hopefully I will live to a ripe old age of 400.
Well, you know, with the way that the world is going upside down, it's looking like there's less and less likeliness of living that long. I mean, it's crazy the things that have been happening lately in the wars.
I mean, yeah, the worst thing that happens though in Lucianum is the gnolls. The gnolls have been just hell, and mostly, to be honest, hell on people who live in the surrounding areas, not in Lucianum itself. I mean, I'll grant you there's a lot of chaos, but uh I'm not exactly as pessimistic as you about being able to live a long, peaceful life. The wars are a pretty long way away from Lucianum. And granted, the Duke might well drag us into a war trying to declare independence at some point, but we're not there yet.
But still, I mean, there are now cities appearing in the bottom of the Athmir that were once on the land. I mean, what if the same happens in Lucianum?
That is troubling, and I have no explanation for that. But so far as I know, that's a one-off thing. Look, magic happens. We all know black magic is a terrible curse upon the land, and I have no doubt that some powerful black magic caused this to happen. But black magic comes up, the Empire deals with it. Life goes on. There used to be a time when foul wizards used to wander the land freely, but that was a long time ago. Mostly we've beaten them back. Yes, we're going to have to beat them back again periodically, but you can't stop living your life and just willy-nilly throw it away on some monster in the middle of a lake just because maybe someday in the future someone will fireball your house.
But what if that creature's next target is Lucianum? And what if it happens before you even get there? And then everything that you've come to expect is gone. And how would you feel if you knew that you could have stopped it?
Oh, that's part of the problem is I know I can't stop it. I am exactly the sort of person who just dies on the voyage, and then Zarius is like, fuck him. I'm not wasting diamonds on him. So consequently, like I said, it's great that you guys want to go deal with it, but I'm one of the people that history will forget if I live or die there.
It's troubling Zarius's selfishness and complete lack of respect for those that gave their lives to help us.
His selfishness is entirely understandable. He wants to save his special diamonds to raise important people. It's what the Empire does. The Empire collects diamonds because they don't want the hoi polloi like me to be raised from the dead. And then someday there's a diamond shortage and some baron or duke can't be raised for want of the proper diamond. So I completely get where he's coming from, but that doesn't change my situation. I'm the guy who doesn't get the diamonds either way. I mean, like I said, if I were a powerful, I don't know you or the Dagger Forged or how well you fight, but I know Colossus and the Deadpool by their reputations. And by their reputations, I am sure they are the sort who can handle giant monsters that fly over the lakes. But that's not me. I'm a boat captain. I'm just a skipper who happened to land a cushy job with a duke that pays pretty well. And I might well lose my job because I got a bunch of my crewmen killed. because I happen to be assigned to the wrong mission. But I would rather lose my job and live than be held in high esteem by the Duke and be dead. I mean, I guess there's a reward in the afterlife if I were to be brave, but that's not who I am. And I guarantee you, my wife would rather have me be a coward who's alive than a brave man who's dead. Plus, all of you may get wiped out. A best case scenario is we all manage to live, and I guess I get some sort of reward from the Duke. I don't know if that will happen, but it's possible. But a very close case to that is I die, and the Duke is very impressed with my sacrifice because all you guys live. But there's no guarantee even you guys will live. So there's another case that's pretty close to that, where everybody dies and the Duke never finds out what happened to his ship. And my wife always wonders if I ran off or got shipwrecked or what.
Do you have a picture of your wife?
I do not have a sketch.
Can you describe her in as much detail as possible?
So he gives you a description.
Okay. Do you have anything of hers? Like a look of
actually-
hair?
I just want to check something. Hold on. So he gives you a description of his wife. Something is he's holding something back or shading the truth in some way. You're sure of it. You don't know exactly what is off, but something about what he's saying is off.
Is there something wrong with your wife? It seems like you're maybe embarrassed about something.
What? I don't think I'm embarrassed about my wife. Give me an insight check. Let me see. He doesn't have a wife.
Okay.
You're sure of it.
All right. All right, Captain. Well.
Describes. Oh, she's beautiful, beyond beautiful, huge fucking tits.
Her external ovaries.
Cotton, I'm truly sorry. And then Axius takes a bit of a puff of his glass grass and blows it into his face, casting mass suggestion at 7th level.
All right.
Choice. Why mass suggestion?
Because it gives the 10-day duration.
So what are you suggesting?
That the Duke is going to give him a reward greater than he can imagine if he can successfully take us there. And there's no reason to be scared of the danger along the way.
So
I mean,
you
it's not-
cast
that's
the
not really a
spell.
course of action.
Well, that he's going to take us. That's the course of action, that he's going to take us
Right. That's what I
where we
gathered,
want to go.
And
Okay.
you basically just gave the supporting reasons that he'll earn a reward.
Yeah.
I don't know whether or not there's no reason to be scared. Falls, I mean, I guess sort of falls into it, but I don't know whether or not that's actually going to stifle all of his fear.
Right. Well, he'll find a way to overcome the fear,
Right.
or something along those lines.
So I'm going to be fucking rich. That's going to be sweet. The only thing we have to do is we have to find a crew. But here's the thing. We need to find a crew that's not going to ask questions about how dangerous this mission's going to be or how much money I'm going to get when we complete the mission.
So the great thing about that, Captain, is we've found the crew. They'll be here in 2 hours.
That's excellent. Why are we even here then? This place is really kind of a sty. We've got better booze on the ship.
Well,
Are we waiting for the crew here?
yes.
All right. Well, guess we'll just drink whatever swill they send our way till they get here.
Indeed, Cotton. And then Axius requests a couple of glasses of something strong, and raises it with the captain.
So
That's
you drink it back.
That's when Port Authorities come out.
It's strong, but you know, it is also kind of in filthy glasses. You're not really sure what it is. It may be wood alcohol, but
Yeah,
it's whatever they could get cheapest that's strong.
Clay feels like he deserves this pain of the drink. Or Axius, I mean.
So the captain, however, is filled with optimism at how awesome this mission is going to be.
Falsely so.
So Axius would look around and be like, where's the rest of them?
So an interesting question. What does their spell look like when you cast it?
So like I said, it was just blowing the smoke, and then it kind of, as it surrounds his head, it kind of like there's a sparkle of glitter almost, as it goes not only into his nose, but also his mouth, his ears, and over his eyes.
So
You know,
a
you
few of the nearby tables probably would have taken notice of that. They wouldn't have said anything, but you know, probably slid away.
Mhm.
I mean, you could do up to 12 creatures with this thing. So like you could get the crew right now.
But would I need
Well,
to give each of them the same course of action?
Also, you
Isn't
don't
that the
necessarily
thing?
know that you don't know that everyone in here is a sailor.
Right.
So,
And also, I don't want to risk other people succeeding the save. And then what?
What
and
are
you
the
see
chances?
the door flies open and a half elf comes in. It scans the room. There's several dwarves in the room. Looking for Captain Paola of the Lilium Enchantress. And Captain Pomilio looks over. Well, I'm captain of the Lilium Enchantress, but you got my name wrong. The half elf comes stomping over. I'm customs agent Lorian. I've heard you've unloaded cargo into this town without passing it through customs first. Pomilio's like, whoa, we haven't unloaded any cargo. We just got here. And at that point, you see there are two other men who are in the door frame. And Lorian says, I don't have to ask you to come with me, sir. And hoists him up, begins leading him towards the door.
Wait, what is the meaning of this?
Bringing in cargo without passing it through customs is a crime. There are taxes due on cargo that is unloaded from any ship. We have it from a person who was clearly associated with the vessel that cargo had been unloaded. Nice dwarven lady. And the three men start walking away.
So, wait, which one of you spoke with the dwarven lady?
I did. Customs agent Lorian.
Well, you see, that's a bit interesting. And then
Here comes another mass suggestion.
can only do that once a day at that level. But
At that level, you only need 24 hours, right?
right. But instead, I'm going to cast modify memory so that he never spoke to Aurelia.
Okay. So you begin to cast modify memory, which takes a minute.
Oh.
We'll roll.
Wait, no, it takes
Casting
an
time,
action.
1 action.
It's one action.
Concentration, 1 minute.
Right. They're casting it, but then you've got to like talk to the guy, don't you?
Well, yeah, I'm talking to him right
Yeah.
now as he's walking while carrying Captain Polonium.
Paula.
So, but it's still casting a spell. So you could charm this guy, but the other two aren't going to be charmed, and they're going to realize you've cast a spell.
Okay.
Uh, Whoa!
Saved.
Are you a wizard? We have a fucking wizard here. And you see a lot of people. There's a commotion now in the bar as people realize there's a wizard.
God damn it. All right, mass suggestion. There's no wizard here.
These are not the droids you're looking for.
Yes.
We may go about our business. Move along.
So first this guy, I guess.
Like, I hope that you succeed and eventually get out of this.
This guy
But I'm-
failed. And his two associates. One
God
minute.
damn it.
But, but whenever we eventually learn about this story from you later on, Zara is just going to be very proud of Aurelia.
And then I'll just make a couple rolls for the people in the bar.
Okay.
Since they'll probably off. Oh, 1 minute.
Wow. 2 made it.
I'm gonna say for the suggestion. No, I'm not a wizard. This isn't a dwarf, and
I mean,
or,
yeah.
I don't know.
So if you're just trying to take the curse off the wizard thing, you would know that bards aren't viewed the same way as wizards. So you could probably get away with it. Like, no, I'm a bard is a sort of go to. Although a lot, people do get suspicious when you try to cast spells on them.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I'll just stay with the original suggestion that we're not the dwarves you're looking for.
Okay, so the customs agent lets the captain go, like releases him by the arm, and proceeds to sort of scan the rest of the crowd when one of his associates says, "What are you doing? This is the guy. He just cast 2 spells on you. He tried to cast a spell on you and then he cast a different one."
And then Axios is gonna turn to the captain and yell, "Run!" And then he's gonna cast hypnotic pattern.
Jesus Christ. It's like trying to lie to get out of a lie. I got in trouble for casting a spell, so I'm just gonna cast all of my spells.
3 customs people.
If I can't cast any more spells, I'm not a wizard, right?
So Lurian, he is caught by the hypnotic pattern. But his 2 goons are not. We'll say all the bar patrons are, though.
Wow. This guy it sucks at all of it.
So, me and captain are running then, or I'm hoping the captain is running. I said to run.
Yes, he is going to start running. But we should do initiative.
Okay.
Does he get disadvantage because he's running bow-legged?
Right, that's true. He is moving at 20 feet. So let me find a map. Actually, let's take a 5-minute break.
Okay.
This won't take too long, but I do have to set it up.
This is a fine mess I've got myself into.
More fine mess that Aurelia has gotten you into.
He didn't have to interfere. He could have just let it happen.
Bullshit.
So I guess we roll initiative.
I rolled a 20, but I didn't have a token to select. You want me to just roll again?
No, I can put you on a 20. I might shorten this up anyway. That's it. So you go first. You can clearly see that the primary customs agent is kind of lost, staring at the lights flashing around him. Guess I should share this.
And where's the captain?
He's run out the door.
Okay. So I'm gonna just run by them. And I'll take those oncoming attacks of opportunity.
You can't run through their squares. You'd have to run around them.
Okay.
So that would be one attack of opportunity when you move out of this guy's reach.
Yeah, and then so 14 is a miss.
He's still done. Then this one.
Joke's on you. They have Sentinel.
They do not have Sentinel. You have that
God
going for
damn
you.
it. They're guards. They should.
Right. All guards should have Sentinel. I know.
How much farther away is the captain?
The captain is actually probably, I forget where his token was. He's probably only about 10 feet away from you because he's moving
Okay.
slowly.
So with my remaining 10 feet, I can catch him.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get 10 feet ahead. I'm going to touch him, and then I'm going to cast Dimension Door
Okay.
to get 500 feet close. So where is the direction of the ship and the dockyard from here?
It is often like basically up and to the left. So like in this direction from where you are.
Yeah, I want a dimension door through the building, then to the other side of the building.
Okay. So not all the way back to the ship.
Well, as much as I can, sure, but I don't know like how far it is.
I mean, the
and-
ship is the ship is less than 500 feet away.
Oh, then yeah, right, as close to the ship as possible.
Right. So you definitely can do that. So you basically appear on the dock next to the ship.
Okay, is there any that saw that in the area?
I would, I mean, since you just sort of appeared out of nowhere, I'm sure some of the sailors saw you appear.
Okay. Is there anywhere that me and the captain can hide?
On the ship, I suppose. I mean, not so much on the pier itself, but you could go on the ship or run back and hide on one of the other ships. I mean, I will let you change the place where you dimension doored to, because I didn't realize what you were doing necessarily. You would have known that there's not that much, like there were occasional crates and boxes that were sitting on the pier as they were moving them onto the ship, the cargo ship, but those change periodically. There's no way to know what would be there the moment you bamfed in. You know, so there might still be some crates there you could hide behind, but all of those sailors that were loading the ship are still there. And otherwise the pier is pretty empty except for, you know, the gangplanks and railings.
Okay. So here's well, that is less good of an idea. Is there anywhere from where I can see that I can dimension door that I believe will be away from prying eyes, like at where nobody would see where me and the captain emerge from or go to?
I mean, so you can so anywhere that you could see, probably not, because anywhere you could see, the sailors can probably also see for the most part. There is a limited area of like coastline that's sort of behind the ship where you're sure the sailors from the cargo ship couldn't see, that you could easily teleport to.
Okay.
And there are various buildings. You could surmise that if you teleported to the far side of certain buildings nearby, the sailors wouldn't be able to see you. Now there might be other people there.
Okay. I would do that then on the other side of a building, and hope that, you know, there's as few people there as possible.
Okay, so you're dimension dooring there instead?
Yeah.
Okay. So you dimension door, you're probably about 100 feet away from the pier where the ship is now, but you're on the far side of a building. The windows are shuttered and you don't see anyone around.
Okay. Then what I would like to do is use my keen mind feat to recall two people that we've walked by that were not in the bar.
Okay.
To recall like what they looked like, and then cast seeming on me and the captain to appear as those people.
Okay, you do that.
So that's a 4th level spell and another 5th level spell. So
Go bust out all the spell slots.
good thing it should be a few days before we get anywhere. Hopefully. So I would check in with the captain, and now in a more normal voice, somewhat different without like the nasally tone or the accent. Captain Polonius, are you okay?
Are you okay? Are you a wizard?
No.
Did they hit you in the head?
Why do you ask?
Because you just called me Captain Polonius.
Is that not your name?
Pomilio.
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 my apologies, Captain Pomilio. All right, so Captain Pomilio, are you okay?
I mean, so Zarius did this thing to me, and it still hurts like hell. But otherwise, I'm fine. Although I don't know why we're being harassed by the customs people, since we didn't unload cargo. I don't know. We don't even have cargo.
Yeah,
Doesn't count your personal effects.
I think that may have been a miscommunication. Let's go and try and find the others.
But don't we have to go back to that bar and wait for the sailors to show up?
We'll send word with one of the others.
All right. Well, we need to get going. I got a fortune waiting for me when we get back to Lucianum.
Yes, I agree. We should get going very quickly. So let's head over, and we'll head over to the ship and hope that we don't see the doubles that I'm copying.
So you don't see the doubles that you're copying. As you are walking up the pier, though, behind you, you do see a number of people coming onto the pier, all of which are armed. They look to be kind of like a ragtag group. You know, they may be like villagers who've been kind of impressed in the service, but you do see one of the customs people there telling them that it's the ship at the end.
That's not good. Do we see any of the others?
Right now, you only see the one guy you're sure was he was the one who managed to resist the first time. You don't see the other two customs agents.
Well, I mean like Zarius or Nala or Aurelia.
Where did you guys go? Aurelia was on the ship or near the ship, so she might still be outside the ship for all I know. But I'm not sure where Nala and Zarius are at the moment.
Yeah, I'd be on the ship, just hanging out, waiting.
I was, making sure my shit was like, just sort of ready, just in case.
Oh, right,
we're-
right. You
we
were
moving.
actually packing your stuff in case you were moving. Probably unaware that maybe you're not.
Right.
Where's Aurelia? Are you on the ship again?
So I just had the encounter with the halfling, right?
Right, but then after the encounter with the halfling, you had the encounter with the half elf customs guy.
Well, that was the half elf. It was the customs guy first.
Right.
Yeah, then the
Okay.
halfling, and then you were thinking about going to the fishing vessel for a captain there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I guess probably I'm outside, like on the docks, headed towards the other ship when I see this group show up.
Okay. So yeah, you see this armed group. One guy barks that it's the ship at the end, the Lilium Enchantress. And this group of maybe 6 armed people start marching down the pier. Right past you, because you're just a dwarf hanging outside a fishing vessel.
Okay, so do I see who's giving the commands?
Yes. He is in more of a uniform, Although it's not a uniform you'd be familiar with. But it's the same uniform as the guy you talked to. It's just a different guy.
Okay. So I guess I see him go by as I kind of like stand back away from the group to give them, plenty of room. And I spot him. What's this all about?
Sorry, ma'am, can't really talk right now. We've got a possible wizard sailing on that ship at the end of the dock and customs violations. So stand back because this
Wizards
could get ugly.
on the docks?
Wizards on that ship. We're not sure if the wizard's on there right now. He made a break for it when we cornered him. We hit him pretty good, but managed to slip away using his foul magic.
He wasn't a halfling, was he?
He was not a halfling. Although who knows with wizards? He could have been
Right.
a demon in disguise. That's the
Right.
theory we're going with for now. We need to get to it. We need to protect the public.
So I said, let me tell you something. The captain on this ship, definitely a wizard. He could be the one you're looking for. I think it's him.
Roll me a deception check.
I hope it works. Yes.
Whoa.
So that definitely would work. So he says, you three, arrest the captain on this ship. Kill him if he resists. Rest of you, come with me. And
Oh man. Oh man.
whatever
Todd?
you do, don't let him speak a word. He'll charm you and escape. If he even tries to speak, cut him down.
Oh man. Amazing.
So four of
so-
them keep marching towards the Lily of Enchantress. Three of them go aboard the Gloriana. And you hear quick, there's like a shout and then a gurgling scream.
Serves you right, perv. And so I follow this other group like as a curious bystander.
Meanwhile, while we're walking up, I'm gonna whisper to Captain Pomelio. Unless I say it's okay, you should probably just not talk.
Got it. So once they really get past the crowd of soldiers who were loading the ship, they see the two of you sort of standing on the dock. They like double time it up to you. Who are you exactly? We're looking for a wizard and the captain of this vessel. Are you traveling aboard this ship?
That's to me and Pomelio.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, my throat is a little raspy.
So why are you outside this ship then? You have business with the captain? Have you seen anyone come on board in the last couple of minutes?
No, we're just walking through the neighborhood.
All right, well, out of the way. There are dangerous people aboard. They begin going up the gangplank.
Do I hear
And then
this?
Yeah.
I will scurry towards. Do I see Aurelia or Zarius?
Are you well, Aurelia is down the docks a ways, so I guess give me your perception check.
I'm going to be following that group to our ship, but not right
Okay, so
behind.
then yes, you would see her.
Okay. So
Would I have heard anything of what's transpiring out there?
Probably not, because it was way down the dock.
Okay.
I mean, you might hear voices outside, but nothing unusual.
Wait, is Arius and Nala, are they on the
ship.
The ship, yeah.
Okay. But aren't the soldiers going onto the Ilium?
Yes,
Whatever it's called.
yes, they are.
So Nala and Arius are about to encounter them.
Yes.
Okay. While that's happening, I will be guiding Captain Camilio to go and talk to Aurelia.
That's why I'm hoping for some forewarning.
So the forewarning you get is a boot kicks the door open to your cabin, but your cabin's tiny, so it probably like hits you. And a person with a sword is there saying, "Not a word, wizard. You are under arrest."
Talking to Zarius, yeah, good.
Yeah, I mean, I'll read him, as best as my insight will. Does he seem twitchy here?
Yeah, give me an insight check. So you can tell from his bearing that he's not certain you're who he's looking for, but he's exceptionally afraid of you. He is afraid you are going to put a spell on him.
And then you're his.
Yeah.
Plus, you've got all these pustules and, you don't want to get sick.
Okay,
His
I got you.
ugly as fucking torque.
Then I then I try and gauge what's happening here as best I can. It's like he came here, and then I just spit downwards my acid breath.
Mhm.
How much did you match my height with my illusion? That's the question here. Does it look like it's just appearing a foot above my head?
It may be, he probably would have made you a foot shorter than you really are.
I mean,
I can't fucking tell. So
you could turn your back on the guy and vomit, and then you wouldn't
yeah,
see the top of your head.
maybe that's just the nature of this wizard. He's so fucking weird. He made weird lights appear in the sky and right up at people's faces. So yeah, sure. I'll kind of like turn. I don't want to like vomit on anything necessarily, just like on the
Right.
ground and like eat away at the fucking deck.
Right. So because this is a yacht, there is carpeting. So it begins to dissolve through the carpeting. And the guy like jumps back and he's like, "Oh my God, you've been cursed. Captain, there's one here. He's been cursed. He's got some sort of plague. He's dissolving the floor with his vomit."
I will walk with. I won't have
point,
my quarterstaff as I start to sort of walk toward him. Help! And so I limp actually.
So Nala, you would hear this. They are kicking open various doors. You hear them. They've grabbed somebody and they're like, "Onto the deck. Not a word, or we will kill you where you stand, you freak." And you hear the sound of a clattering of armor and a moan that is clearly Cato Agrippa being thrown to the deck.
Oh
Oh, no.
This is it. This is where he dies.
Meanwhile, the
That's
one
where
who's
he's imprisoned.
the one who's confronted Zarius is just now, he is backing away, like, "Don't come near me, don't touch me."
Help!
I like pop my head out into into like, I don't know where where these guys are, but put my head out and be like, "What the hell is going on?"
Yeah. Two people would see you, they're armed, weapons drawn. They'd be like, you dwarf or half orc, hold there. And they come running in your direction. Not a word,
Oh.
wizard.
I'll play along. What wizard?
We said not a word. You're not going to cast any spells on us. We know that if you're not the wizard, that there's a wizard on board. And you've unloaded cargo illegally without paying the imperial taxes on them. This entire
Taxes.
ship is being impounded.
You don't want to do this.
Of course you would say that. You're some sort of smuggler.
A smuggler which doesn't make much coin. Oh well.
Just
I just
stay
put
in
my
this
hands
room.
up.
They're going to start reaching out. Like, I assume you have some visible weapons, unless Mike tells me that he hid all of your weapons in his illusion.
Yeah, probably. It's probably like the illusions, probably like cloaks and stuff to purposely mask all that.
So they start patting you down to see if you have like a hidden dagger or something.
Oh.
But you're huge, even relative to a half orc. And so at some point they're going to reach something where they realize, well, I guess they'll make investigation checks to see if they realize that something's amiss. Nope. And I'll say the second guy probably realizes there's some sort of glamour on him. Wizard!
I just I don't know, reach out and grab this guy and just be like, stop touching me. And just squeeze.
So how hard are you trying to injure him?
Yeah.
Could a wizard do this?
A wizard might be able to do that.
True, yeah.
I could
Shocking
make a one
grasp.
spell that might let him.
So let's find. I know the fast way to do this.
What the hell are you being, cat? Oh, Dusty.
Can't find your token for some reason. Oh, there it is. So at this point, you start hearing like, we've got a body, because they're finding bodies all over the place.
Oh no.
So many bodies.
Right. So roll me initiative. I guess I should see if I cleared that. I don't think I did. Those two guys. So you go first. You get to attack first.
Yeah, just squeeze his neck and just tell him to stop
So-
it.
So you give me an unarmed attack then.
Let's do oh, hang on. I don't think I've got an unarmed attack all set up, so I'm just gonna do athletics check. Yeah, is that fine? I don't know. Hang on, I'll just do it.
Sure. Yeah, you just do an
Yeah.
attack roll with.
Yeah. Oh, just an attack roll. Yeah, cool.
Yeah,
Okay,
with
bang.
proficiency, technically.
Yeah, cool.
You're always proficient with your own hands.
But yeah, take that damage away. It's
Right.
like
So your damage is 1 plus your strength, which
Oh.
is probably 5.
Yeah,
it's
right?
4. But yeah,
Your strength is
4.
only +3,
yeah. It's +4.
right? So
Yeah.
5.
1 plus, yeah.
Oh yeah, right. Gotcha.
So the roll was right.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
The roll was right. They, like I said, they have their swords out, but they can't really swing them two-handed because you're technically below decks and there's wood all around them. So they have to one-handed attack. That's one guy. That's the second
That's a
guy.
hit. All right. Okay.
So 2 slices into you as you attempt to choke one guy out.
I just say you don't want to do this, and I squeeze again.
So probably 5 again. So the guy you're squeezing isn't looking so hot, but he's not like on the verge of death yet either.
Okay.
And at this point, Darius, you can hear the sounds of this fight going on.
And what about the guy that was like that came in after me? Did he run away or is he
Yeah,
still
he
alive?
is backing up towards the top deck, like he is trying to get away.
Okay. Once he is out of view, I guess I have to use an action point to swap out a spell. And then I will re-prepare this, one of my second level spells, removing enhance ability and instead choosing calm emotion. And attempt to, while they're not looking at me, just, attempt to, I am trying to get Nala here too.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
So you're going to distance yourself from the claims of a wizard by being a wizard.
Listen, like I said, I was gonna wait till the other guy is like out of view. And then while they have their back turned, to sort of try and do this one quietly and to have them sort of calm the fuck down.
One guy
There's
made
3
it.
of them? I thought there were 2 of them.
There's 2 of them and Nala.
One's me. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So one of them fucking saved it. Which one is that? Is that the one that's being held?
It's the other one.
I was hoping it was the one being held. He suddenly becomes real cool about choking.
Right. I guess actually Zarius rolled me initiative just to see where you fall in this.
Am I on the board here? Yeah. Yeah, all right.
So that was your turn, which means it's that guy's turn. So what does calm emotions look like when you cast it?
Looks like there's some verbal and somatic components involved here. So I just sort of, as quietly as I can, speak a few words of power that sort of wash over somebody and have them sort of, become all loosey goosey.
So, but is there like a visual effect of the spell, or is it just people suddenly change demeanor?
I didn't really imagine a visual effect.
That's fine. It doesn't have to be necessarily in every case. And this is the sort of spell where maybe you wouldn't want one.
Right.
So I'm gonna say he just doesn't really pay attention to the fact that somebody's talking behind him. But he still thinks he's in combat. So he is going to attack.
All right.
And then sees that his friend is like shocked to see this attack. He's like, what are you talking about? This he's trying to choke you to death. So it's Nala's turn, and you've just been attacked.
Is the calm emotion still on?
I believe if you get attacked, it's off.
So you. Let's see.
Let's see.
Creature you choose to fail to save if they wish.
Can't wait to see how all of this turns out.
If the indifference ends if a target is attacked or harmed by a spell. What the fuck? I have no idea. I'm not sure if it's you being attacked or me being attacked.
Target.
No, the target, the indifference ends if the target is attacked or harmed. So you're the target. of
Oh, I'm the
spell.
target. Okay. All right.
Right.
All
So
right.
technically the spell ends for you. when-
Spell ends,
do-
the creature becomes hostile again, unless the GM rules otherwise. So it's fight time, boys. I'm gonna turn around and like just like push myself against him, like up against the wall, and then rage and grow some big ass teeth. So my face will like slightly deform a little bit, and like two giant canines will pop out, and her eyes are like red and bloodshot, and she goes to take a big bite out of this dude.
Right, except that you're under an illusion. So that all
I've
happens
got-
on some level,
Yeah.
but it doesn't look like it. That definitely hits. So you were attacking the one who just hit you,
Yeah. And then I'll
not the
hit
one
him
you were
again,
choking.
and I think I killed him.
No, you did not kill him.
Uh-oh. I'll use Infectious Fury. Did I kill him?
Nope.
Uh-oh.
He is not looking good, but he's still up. Like that would kill him. If you could do that again, that would definitely kill him, but he's still up right now.
That's my turn.
Is he interested in fighting to the death against a wizard?
Right. A werewolf wizard, apparently.
Who looks like a
This
dwarf?
weird dwarf just bites people.
Oh,
What
half
the fuck?
Oh, you're muted, Kurt.
Zarius, what are you doing?
Yeah, so I'll just sort of call out to the guy and say, he is clearly not a wizard. Back up.
You're right. Clearly something worse.
He was
He's
attacked. He was attacked when
clearly-
provoked.
He's some sort of vampire. He bit me.
He's a maniac, that's for sure.
And I try to say, but I can't really talk because my face is all deformed. And I say, and I'll kill you, but I can't really say that very well. It's like, ahara.
Like a kid with the big vampire teeth. in
Yeah,
their
yeah,
mouth.
exactly.
Ah,
Yeah.
So he's gonna run at this point. He's running away and then trying to climb a ladder. You can take that attack of opportunity if you wanted to.
That's the plan.
Of course.
He's dead.
Oh, that
God,
kills
he's
him.
dead. Yeah. Boy, I can't wait for Axius to harangue me for not reviving this fucking guy too.
Who did you just murderize?
Right. So Aurelia, you
One of the
hear all of
gods.
yeah, you've heard now the oof of Cato as he's been thrown to the deck. You hear the sounds of combat on the ship. What are you doing?
Knew Kato was bad luck.
It's all Cato's fault.
So yeah, there's a fight going on. Do I see the big guy who is like in charge of this group?
They're all now below deck or out of sight. So nobody, there's one guy who, if you walked onto the ship, you could see as he just threw Cato out onto the deck. But from like on the pier itself, you can't see him.
Have me and the captain caught up with Aurelia yet?
Yeah, you'd be outside the ship.
Aurelia, what's going on? It's me, Axius.
What?
It's Axius. And the captain.
The captain?
Yeah, Captain Pomilio. He's this one right here. He doesn't look like it, but what's going on? People came after us. They said that we were smuggling or something.
Doesn't surprise me with that captain. He probably was smuggling.
He wasn't. And also, he's agreed to take us where we want to go.
Why?
For the giant ass reward I'm going to get. I'm going to be rich beyond all of my wildest dreams.
Captain, I said, shh. Remember?
Well, we don't have a lot of choices. I think we're down one captain.
You hear the sounds of of boots running up the dock, and you see the three men covered in a very little bit of blood, but probably a fatal amount of blood for a halfling, come charging off the dock.
I will try to get their attention. Hey, where are you going?
I mean, they're coming in your direction towards your boat, so they will probably get here next round.
Okay. I'm going to try to stop them.
So what's everyone else doing? The one guard that you cast calm emotions on and fail to save, he is still pretty chill. You could hear one guard is the one customs agent is yelling at Cato.
Wouldn't that guard have the effect ended once he witnessed his friend getting attacked?
I didn't read that. Is that what it says?
Was witness to any of its friends being harmed. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So never mind then. That there is still combat going on. He's going to attack. Yeah, you know what? No, he drops his sword. Please don't kill me. I was just told to come here because you guys were smugglers. But I don't want to die for this.
No, it's like, hell yeah. I didn't want to kill you. pretty much it.
I mean, if he does Nala attack,
No.
then your rage will end.
Yep.
Nala is a merciful werewolf.
And so as the three guards get up to you, what are you saying to them, Aurelia?
I try to stop. Where are you going?
Well, the wizard on the other ship tried to cast a spell on us, so we had no choice. But since he's clearly dead, there's smugglers here, if not another wizard.
Yeah, did the big guy who was in charge? He told me that if he saw you guys to go down to that other boat. There's another. This place is crawling with wizards. There's another one down there.
Well, we're gonna need to get that from him. We can't just take your word for it. Well, he's on board, right? We're going.
Yeah, but he can handle himself. You don't want to let that other wizard get away.
Well, it's a fishing vessel. This is its home port. He's not a wizard.
That's what they all say.
Are you a crew member on this ship? They draw their swords or at least point them at you now.
No.
Why are you out here then?
Find out what's going on.
As this is happening, I take a step to the side and I also kind of shove Captain Familio back a little bit.
We don't have time for this. And they start boarding the ship.
I'll start
you
going up
see-
the ladder.
As they're boarding, though, one of the three, actually the regular customs agent in his uniform, shoves Cato down the gangplank and he goes tumbling down.
Yeah.
That's just called like that man is severely injured.
We could see that he's a freak, probably some sort of demon or some sort of person who made a pact with a demon.
Is it the big guy that pushed him down or just a rando?
It's one of the official customs agents. So not just a random guy.
Okay, I guess I'm not. So
It's not the guy who you spoke to originally.
right.
It's one of the guards he took with him to arrest Familio.
Okay, so he pushes him down the gangplank. I'm going to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter on the guard who pushed him. If I can get, I think 30 feet or 60 feet. If I can get
I
close
mean,
enough.
you're right next to the gangplank, so
Okay.
you're
I'll
well within range.
I'm going to cast that on him.
Is that a wisdom save, I assume?
Yeah. I never get to use this spell, so.
So he begins laughing,
And I do
and
begin
this-
laughing as well.
and the three guards who were about to board the gangplank and had to narrowly dodge out of the way, they see you cast the spell. Wizard!
Oh no.
What's the grouping here exactly?
Well, technically you'd be over like around here. They've just thrown, and Axios would be here. I forgot about Daggerface. Daggerface pops his head out, I guess.
What's this person?
That's one of the bodies
Oh,
that
okay,
they've hauled on board the ship.
gotcha. And T-hole.
T-Hole's asleep. T-Hole has been
Heavy
dipping in,
sleeper.
yeah,
Is
he's been
T-Hole-
dipping into the ghost weed.
Is T-hole that level of a monk yet where he could just run across the water? Did he just dip out?
He is walking around the far side of the ship, clinging to the surface of it. Yeah, he's asleep in one of the little dinghies.
If nobody is watching me, I will cast it again. The calm emotions.
So you're gonna go up on deck. Like right now, there is
I was
there is
gonna move
one
upwards. Yeah.
like there is one soldier with you down here who's surrendered.
Yeah, I'm holding
yeah.
hostage.
I'm gonna go upwards. I don't
So
know
you could
what
certainly
Nala will do when I leave.
right. You could certainly like try to avoid being seen. It would be a stealth check because the 3 guards might see, if you can see them, they might see you.
I mean, I just kind of assumed they were kind of like looking towards Kato, the
Right,
one that's even
that's-
more vile looking than I am.
Or Aurelia, who they just called a wizard.
Right. They're
Right.
all like, the wizard. Call
Right.
him
They're
ugly.
much more focused on Aurelia at the moment.
Yeah, fuck it, I'll try it. Like, even if they see me, if they all fail, it's cool.
Right. I mean, I would say they have disadvantage on their perception check to notice you because you're not their focus right now.
And I do it again.
So also give me a stealth check.
I guess, do I? Oh, yeah. Doesn't matter. Ugh.
Oh,
Action point?
You could.
yeah.
Yeah. You don't think they've seen you.
Okay, cool.
One failed.
I guess take note of the one that's under the Tasha's effect, because that would actually technically suppress that.
Right. He's actually, he is up here. I forgot about him. So this is the guy under Tasha's effect. He failed too.
He keeled over laughing and laughing and laughing. And now he's just like, I'm kind of sleepy.
So these 3 soldiers, I mean, technically it's like a 20-foot radius, right? So you can
Yeah.
get them all. Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, is it these guys?
Yeah, technically you're definitely going to catch
Everybody-
Aurelia.
Yeah,
and
they all
Kato,
got to do
too.
it. They all got to do it.
What are we saving against?
It's my
Charisma
calm
save against
emotion.
calm emotion.
Yeah, charisma save. So you're probably good.
I'll just choose
I'm
to
from-
fail.
It's
What's the
Aurelia
DC?
passes. 18.
18. So you just
Okay.
saved.
So these 3 guards that have pointed their swords at Aurelia and said wizard after you cast Tasha's are like, listen, you're under arrest. You're gonna have to come with us, I guess.
Take advantage. We got a minute.
What if we don't
Make it
want
work.
them?
I mean, you know, we don't want this to become like a whole thing. The ship's got to be impounded and searched, and still got to find the captain. And there's, I mean, unless one of you is the wizard, and they look at Aurelia, we're still looking for a wizard who attacked that guy. And they point to the guy at the top of the deck, top of the gangplank. At least
But
that's what we're told. I mean, like, you know, this isn't even our job really, but we're like, you know, fill-ins.
who told you that this ship was smuggling or was unloading cargo?
The customs agents said we needed to arrest the ship.
But how did they know?
Somebody told them, some female dwarf, maybe it was her, and they point to Aurelia. Said she's outside the ship, and she said that they had unloaded cargo when they got here,
Yeah, but
and that he should find the captain so he could arrest him.
did anybody actually see this happen?
I mean, I don't know, but that's really for the magistrate to determine whether or not you did it. Right now, we just know we were told you're all under arrest, or at least anybody who's associated with the ship is.
Oh, I'm just a bystander that was watching all of this happen. But still, it's like, it seems like one person's word against another. I've been out here all day. I haven't seen the ship unload anything.
Well, then you can
Actually,
testify.
it just got here.
You could testify at the trial, but it's not above my pay grade to let people go. I just know there was like wizardry was used in the Wayfarer Inn, and it all in effort to like apparently free the captain. So clearly nobody's going to resort to black magic unless somebody's guilty.
Is everybody okay?
So far as we know, we can only imagine how long it's going to take some of them to die. They were covered in like some sort of like magical lights. They
I
may
hope everyone's
never be the same again. Deformed children, probably something like that.
Yeah, I've heard that about magic.
And the customs agent comes down the gangplank and lifts up Kato, says, I'm so sorry that I threw you down like that. I was just so angry at the time. Listen, I realize you're probably not the wizard, but you are fucking ugly, man. You are really ugly. And so I don't know if you're in like a pact with demons, but you look like a demon. So we're gonna have to take you in. I don't know. The magistrate might want to put you on trial with the rest of them or not. We have to find that captain, the captain of this ship, figure out who he is, figure out what this ship is, where it's registered. It's the whole thing. But I'm sure we can get this cleared up in a couple of weeks. If we all just, be cool and do the right thing.
What if somebody wanted to take care of things sooner?
Well, I mean, this is a pretty small town. It's not like there's a magistrate stationed here. So we got to wait for the magistrate to arrive. They run on a circuit. Far as I
Yeah.
know, one will be here in the next couple of days. He'll have to organize a trial. We'll have to get, talk to people. A jury of the townsfolk will have to be convened. They'll ultimately be the ones to determine whether or not the captain is guilty. But to capture this wizard before, he kill other people.
You need witnesses. I can be a witness.
Well,
The jury may need witnesses, although
Mhm.
usually they prefer witnesses that they know. Obviously, you're a stranger to this town.
Yes,
It
I have
sounds
no
like-
agenda.
It sounds like the wizard was slain on that other ship over there,
Could have
the
been.
cargo ship.
And the three chime in and say, yeah, we killed the captain because we were told not to let him, cast spells on us. And when we told him to not talk, the first thing was he tried to talk. So we really had no choice.
Sounds like a job well done. I believe you have earned yourself an ale.
Sounds like caught the wizard.
I mean, I don't really think that guy was a wizard. One of them chimes in. I think he was just the captain of that ship. But I mean, I guess you never know. Like,
Mm-hmm. Say better safe than sorry.
it could be anybody. So
What if-
anyway, if you'll
what
all
if-
just come with us to the jail, we'll get you locked up and everything will be cool.
yeah, but what if the wizard was a stowaway and they didn't even know the wizard was on the ship?
Well, I mean, he was helping the captain. They seemed this is the customs guy. They seemed pretty friendly. They were sitting together when we came in, so maybe he only just caught him. But like I said, the trial will sort the details out.
I mean, isn't there some way that this might just be able to move on? I heard when I I think I overheard somebody say that they're just looking for a crew and they want to leave.
So Nala, while this is going on, are you letting this guy leave?
No, I'm holding him here. And
So
I'm gonna pin him.
We got a crew member, guys.
Look, like there are lots of, this is the customs agent guy again. There are apparently dead bodies on board this ship. There's reports of cargo being unloaded. There's wizardry going on all over the
Yeah.
place.
And it all seems a bit above your pay grade. I mean, it's a lot.
It is certainly more than has happened in this town in a very long time. But I don't see that that's, I still think we got to go through the process.
You
Right,
mean
but-
these bodies here?
If it's a wizard, I mean,
Did you not
Maybe-
see? Did you not see the coins on their eyes?
I didn't see the bodies myself, but so no, not exactly.
We are transporting these bodies back to their homes. They died.
Well,
They
and-
died in the war effort.
Transporting bodies, I mean, transporting bodies, even being a wizard's not necessarily a crime. Not paying taxes is a crime. But like I said, somebody's got to sort out what the hell's going on here. And that's above my pay grade. I am just supposed to collect taxes and impound and arrest ships that don't pay their taxes.
How much
what
is the
happens if
tax?
you? Oh, go ahead.
Let us just pay this tax and be done with this.
Well, we don't know what cargo you unloaded,
There has been no
Tax-
cargo left.
but that's what then needs to be figured out. Well, we've heard that there was cargo that was unloaded.
Where would it have been unloaded to?
Well, smugglers hide out in various places. I'm not aware of who the smugglers are in this town, but I would guess that there are some.
I'm pointing to the ship that they killed the captain. It's like they probably put it on another ship to move it out. That's what I'd do.
Well, I'll tell you
Spoken.
what, we will go and we will inventory the cargo of that ship. And
That is a good
we'll
idea.
we'll just assume that everything on that ship is actually stuff that you guys unloaded or the captain of this ship unloaded. And then if the captain wants to pay that tax, we can let you go.
What if you just kept that cargo and where we called it even?
Well, see, the problem with
Or
that
they
is
called it even. I don't know these people.
we're not really certain that that cargo doesn't legally belong to them. So we could certainly, I guess, impound all of their
You
cargo
should probably impound all that cargo because there's
and
your
this
evidence.
ship for criminal activity. So,
Have you
I mean,
spoken with
we'd
the harbor
still,
master?
well, what does the harbor master have to say about this?
Would he not have seen any activity off of these ships?
Yeah, but
he
he's really
might have,
old.
but he's-
He didn't see that. He doesn't see that good.
Shush.
We could certainly talk to him to see what he saw, but he's kind of, ultimately, he's going to be called as a witness, I'm sure, at the trial.
Oh,
So we
okay.
will impound the cargo of the Gloriosa. We'll impound this ship. We'll search for the captain and try to find that wizard. If you see a wizard, let us know, because we've got to kill the wizard.
Yeah, but
Okay.
what if the
Where,
wizard
where,
curses
like,
it?
where are we gonna find you to tell you we found the wizard? What are we supposed to do? Because he sounds very dangerous.
Well, there's a customs house in the middle of the village. You could come and report any activity on the wizard to anyone there. We'll organize a mob and deal out justice.
What if the wizard curses everybody?
Oh,
I don't want to be cursed. I live here.
And that's fair enough, Carl, but
Just assume that's your name.
right. Well, yeah, he knows Carl. Everyone knows Carl. Carl's the most famous person in this village.
Hey, where are the two Carls? Start heading back. Yeah, I just saw you at the docks. How'd you get here so fast?
You know
Look,
what?
if
Carl's
you
a
don't wanna-
wizard.
If you don't want to be cursed, then I mean, I'd suggest you just get out of this town until we've hunted this miscreant down.
Aren't you afraid of being cursed?
I mean, a little bit, but I don't want a wizard having free reign over our village.
Then why don't you just let it go? I don't want to be cursed. Just
Look.
let him move on.
Whatever the wizard is here for, clearly it's evil. And I don't want him doing his evil here. We've uncovered him before he could clearly bring his plot to fruition.
Still think you
I
need
mean,
to
look,
check that.
if we don't find him in a couple days, obviously he's fled. Obviously we've chased him off because, we nearly killed him back in that bar. You should have actually seen it. He was like on his last legs. If it wasn't for that magic, he was just able to disappear into a puff of smoke and fire, probably in league with demons or devils.
I kind of point towards Cato.
What?
When he says demons in league with demons and devils, I was like,
Right. This guy might, like, for all I know, be the wizard's familiar or something. Because look at him.
yeah.
I just sort of like just gently nudge Aurelia sideways. No, we saved this man from torture. He is fine.
Okay, Lucia Rosie. You probably should check the last fishing vessel just to make sure he's not on there, because he could be hiding on that ship.
Yeah, that's a fair point. He could have stowed away to try to escape.
Mm-hmm. That's what I would do if I was a wizard. I'd stow away on that fishing ship, because your associate said that that's a familiar ship, and of course you wouldn't go on there. That's why he'd be on there.
So the customs agent says, all right, he goes to the other 3 guards with him. Go up, take control of the steering. Don't let this ship cannot sail. I'm going to go search the other ship. And then he calls out for the other 2 people who are on board the ship. And the one guard says, help! I'm being smothered by a giant half orc.
Uh-oh.
We just leave.
And the 4 people start marching up the gangplank.
Damn it.
And go below deck and see you having pinned this guard down, the dead body of his companion nearby.
Currently, no violence towards them, so it doesn't break the calm emotion.
That's true. Yeah.
So they did not head down to check the other ship. They went inside.
Right, because they heard their friend yell out.
So
You're gonna have to
there's
get off of him.
There's nobody guarding us, right?
Right.
We got these 3 guys.
No, they also went on board when they heard their friend yell at help.
Oh, so not so me and Aurelia and
Captain Familio and Cato
Familio.
are there alone.
okay. Wow, they just totally forgot that you cast that spell on them. That's some impressive talking there. So what's the plan now, and why is all of this happening?
I guess because you tried to save the captain.
Wait, are you there?
Yeah,
Darius?
Yeah, I've been there.
Or
yeah. Well, you were on the ship. You cast the calm emotions. I mean, maybe you came out since then, but
Right,
he
because I had to
cast.
come down and move Aurelia.
oh,
Right.
okay. Well, yeah, I had to save the captain because he's gonna lead us to Lucianum. And these guys came in saying that they were arresting him for smuggling. And, my spells didn't completely work.
Gotta be careful when you cast those spells.
Yeah, I mean, it's just by chance, every once in a while, somebody is just a little, their will is just a little too strong. I don't get it, but yeah, I would have gotten away scot-free, except like a couple of them were just not buying it. But that's, we have bigger problems to worry about. We have 5 people that are supposed to be coming, but now with all of this, they might not. And also they're trying to impound the ship.
So the guy
Cato
said that
says, well, there's only one thing we can do. We'll have to allow them to
Cato-
conduct an inquest and keep us in jail for a couple of weeks until eventually all this is cleared up. Seems to be a huge misunderstanding.
I'm not sure who you are, but I'm not gonna go to jail. You can go to jail. I'm not gonna go to jail. I got bigger things to worry about. There's a blob thing with tentacles out there draining energy from some magic thing, and it's gonna do some other magic thing that's probably bad.
I can
So,
certainly see that you might need to prioritize and go and defend the world from whatever this blob thing is. However, the ship obviously has been arrested. I don't. You'll have to find a different ship. Apparently, that cargo vessel there no longer has a captain, so presumably is in need of one. If we could find Captain Familio, obviously he is under arrest.
he's here with us. And Axius points. And then he's like, but still be quiet. Don't say a word.
Your reputation does precede you, young man, and I hate to tell you this, but you need to go easy on your drugs. You see, this is not Captain Familio, and I'm afraid you've damaged your ability to perceive reality. You seem like you might have been a bright young man once upon a time. It's very sad.
you might
Wait a
not know
minute.
this.
You know that I don't look like what I normally look like, right? I'm in disguise. So is he.
So are all of us.
Yeah, that's Aurelia. Aurelia's not normally a big dwarf. That's really a very pretty big dwarf, but there she is as a dwarf.
You're Aurelia? I guess you do keep changing. Very unusual.
And this ugly mofo here, that's Sarius.
I've not heard of you changing. T-hole changes and Aurelia changes.
It is illusory.
Ah, you are wizards. Very disappointing. Which of you is a wizard?
Don't be like prejudiced.
Look, this world has a long history with the dark magic that wizards produce. No good has ever come of it. I shouldn't say that. That is an exaggeration. Usually it is used for nefarious ends.
Right.
Perhaps
that's-
you're one of the rare good ones, whichever one of you is the wizard. But understand that all of the power you use is tainted.
Yeah, yada, yada, yada.
So let's just figure out who is going to stay behind to be arrested. And he raises his hand.
Is that really what you want?
You can't simply ignore the law. I mean, you can go obviously and deal with your creature that's going to do evil things and then come back later on. I think that's fair.
But you
I will
didn't,
make you look guilty, of course, but yeah, well, that's the price you have to pay to do the right thing.
yeah, but you didn't do anything wrong.
No, but I was in the wrong place at the wrong time. There needs to be some sort of inquest to sort out what is true and what is not true.
You're
No
weird.
truer words have been spoken. Thank you, Cato.
Well, at least I can hear Aurelia's voice now, so I suppose that really is you. Were you simply transformed temporarily, or is this now who you are?
Axios is gonna look around for a second and see if he notices anybody watching.
All of the sailors have now sort of stopped loading and unloading the cargo ship, and they are all probably about 100 feet away, but a lot of them are staring. Some of them are conspicuously like behind boxes and crates.
Okay. So I'm not gonna do anything visual then, but I'll just say, Cato, it's just like an image. It's not real.
An illusion then. Fair enough.
Just like
That's
an
our word.
opinion, man.
But so what are we gonna do now? Cato is checked out.
Cato's gonna admit he's the wizard, and then we all get to leave.
Well, that would be a lie.
It would?
I will go this far. I will suggest to them that I might be the wizard, so that you can go on your mission to defeat whatever this evil is. Then, when you
It
come
is for the
back, we
greater
can
good.
sort out who the real wizard is.
I like that. We'll definitely come back for you.
And he side eyes you at that. So you're not intending on coming back then.
Oh, don't worry. We'll tell Lucirosi. He'll come find.
I'm sure if Luciversi were here, he would say, as I am saying, that we need to clear this up with the authorities.
Yeah, but he's not here, so we should like do what needs to be done.
Which is what?
Get out of here so we can do what we need to do.
And that's fair. I can see why you would want to do that. But how do you intend to do that? What is the specific plan? It sounds as if I assume one of their people is in need of assistance inside the ship, and they have gone to try to help him. When they come out, they're going to still want to impound the ship. I thought you needed sailors. That was what I was told.
We got some coming.
Yeah, but we also need a ship. If they're gonna impound the ship, then that leaves us.
With the other ship that doesn't have a captain.
Is there a way that you can incapacitate the 5 or 6 people who are on board without killing them, and then set sail, or at least incapacitate them long enough to find your sailors and then leave?
We have sailors on the way. We have
I suppose if it takes too long, you might get more people coming to find out what happened to these 6.
How long have they been inside the ship?
And while
Yeah,
while we've been talking and doing all this, can we have said that this is a short rest that has passed?
I'm going to say no on that one. We're getting to the end of the session anyway, but so meanwhile, back on the ship, Nala, you now have 3 people around you who are like, can you please get off of our friend?
I will release him when you release this boat.
Well, we can't release the boat. the boat's being impounded, arrested.
Well, then I will keep this man underneath my knee until you do.
But if you do that, we're going to have to summon other people. We're going to have to fight. We don't want to go through all that.
Neither do I. But I will sit here on this man until then.
Do you mind if we take his, the friend you've already murdered out?
I look at the gourd man and I'm like, yes,
Yes, you mind, or yes, you don't mind.
I do not mind.
So two of them lift up the body and they begin, one of them climbs up and they begin to heave it up onto the main deck. And you see they come like sideways down the gangplank carrying this body. And I really did not think that this day was going to end with one of us being murdered. Well, we're going to go get more people. There's a violent killer in there that we're going to have to subdue. It's got a friend of ours hostage.
What? You're kidding?
So, yeah, so they lay the body out on the pier. And the customs agent says, so you three guys guard the steering wheel. Make sure this boat doesn't go anywhere. I'll go get reinforcements. He starts walking down the pier at a casual, not at all bothered or upset pace. And the three other guys go back up onto the boat.
Is this kind of situation normal for you guys?
This one has spiraled out of control a bit much.
You
Oh,
think?
don't exaggerate, Zarius. So what do we do?
Luce Rossi did not have the spell capabilities you do. It has caused more chaos than he would have. And that is saying a lot.
Do we want to stop the
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Well, I wouldn't have had to do any of it if they weren't looking for the captain. And who told the captain that he was smuggling? Because according to the people I talked to, it was some hot dwarf lady.
And who does she point at?
captains can be
So-
sketchy, I'm telling you. Should we let this harbor master know that Cato wants to spend some time in the local lockup? Maybe that will delay him.
We could just walk away. You know Cato will stay.
Oh, I know he'll stay.
I mean, I don't want to make things worse, but we gotta get going. There's a greater good here.
Anything is better than this. I'm sitting on this dude.
Right. Yeah,
You
yeah,
just
you
joined the
can't,
crew.
right, you can't even hear
You're
what
not
they're
even
saying.
there.
'Cause you're below
Oh,
them,
okay.
sitting on this guy.
Just thinking to myself, yeah. What the hell are we getting out of here?
But Cato puts a hand on Carl's shoulder and says, that at least is a sentiment I can understand. The greater good must be served. I will agree to present myself as their wizard, even if, and he looks at hot dwarf lady, that means you will abandon me to my fate. It is worth it if it will serve the greater good.
God damn it.
See, now this guy makes sense in terms of what I thought you guys were like from the comic books.
And Cato begins to make his way back up onto the ship. And Cato says to the three guys who are standing around the steering wheel, "Behold, I am the wizard you seek," and begins to chant, and a horse appears in front of him in full livery. And the and
knew
the
it.
three guys nearly trip over each other. "You're the wizard?" "Yes, I was in disguise the entire time. This is what I really look like. I merely used illusions." "Don't use that word, though. That's our word." "I was behind it all. There was not even a captain, merely another illusion. The cargo, illusion. All of it illusion. As part of my plan to throw customs off my trail. But you captured me. You're too smart for me." And they're like, "Yeah, we are too smart for you, wizard." Whoever it was who killed your friend, I was mind controlling him or her. I reached out with my power and forced her to take his life. And they've sort of surrounded Cato at this point. "I am out of magical power now, though. You can take me and I will not resist. All I ask is for a fair hearing before your magistrate when he arrives." They're like, "Oh, you'll get justice, wizard." And they lead him off the ship. There is still one person on board because Nala's sitting on him. And you see walking up the dock, there are 5 men, including the guy who you said you'd pay to find a crew. "Oh, what's going on? Why is there a dead soldier or a militiaman here?"
It is not important.
Oh, he fell down the gangplank. Don't worry.
It was an
This-
accident.
You said there'd be danger on your little side quest, but I've seen this guy. Like he's one of the locals. Did you murder a local?
He fell down the gangplank.
He fell down the gangplank. He's torn to shreds. Looks like he was attacked by a wild animal.
Gangplanks can be dangerous.
It was the guy that they're carrying off right now. He wasn't even one of us. He's just some dude that
Like this is not what we signed up for. This is going to be at least 4 gold pieces a day to take on.
Don't worry,
hazard.
Axios has got you covered.
that's fine. Captain, you can speak now. Oh, by the way, your friend that made the deal, he vested me with the ability to say that we can go on the boat now.
On the boat.
What the fuck, Carl? What are you doing here?
Yeah, they don't know Carl. They just recognize the one dead guard.
I'll go down and tell Nala that he can let go of this guard now.
Unless he wants to join the ship and be a crew member.
That's fine. That's fair. I
Before-
will
before
before he
going down.
leaves, I will offer him, a spot on the boat, on our ship as a crew member.
He dives over the side and begins to swim for shore.
Okay, he can swim. That's good. That's a bonus.
Is that a no?
I can
That's
I
a
can
no.
swim after him if you want me to.
I do not believe it is necessary.
Okay, well, we have the crew, have our captain. No one else is here. I say we set sail right now.
So at the far end of the dock, you can see as they're leading Cato away, there is a group, including Borg customs agents, that was approaching, but they seem to be having a conversation about Cato. There's also a horse on your deck.
Whatever.
Yeah,
Let us
well,
go.
can it go down the gangplank?
Yeah, it could be coaxed to go down or led down the gangplank.
Okay,
Doesn't Kato have like a telepathic bond with this thing?
Right, but
horse.
it didn't occur to him to make it come with him.
all right.
So they seem to be delayed discussing Cato's wizardry.
Let's move.
Boy.
Yeah, I'll try and use animal handling to get the horse down the gangplank.
Yeah, the horse is easily enough led, so you get him down without having to make a check.
Okay. All right, guys, how long is it gonna take you to get us going?
They're sort of looking around, and for the first time, you see like they start elbowing and punching the one guy. Like, look at this fucking ship. Should have asked for 10 gold pieces a day at least.
Oh yeah, because it looks really fancy. Yeah, true.
Right, it's a yacht. It's just the first you've seen of it.
Oh, by the way, I'm gonna go and get the captain.
Yeah.
Just give us a minute, and then Axies is gonna be like, "Come on, let's go down below deck for a minute."
How do these people feel about the bodies?
So they didn't haul all the bodies out. The bodies are still inside the ship.
Oh, they were? Okay.
They just stumbled across the bodies.
All right, and then I'm gonna take Captain Pomilio, and down below deck, I'm gonna give him his normal form, and I'm gonna use my action to change my form back to the dwarf. Actually, I'm gonna go to Axius. And
Okay.
then,
The captain goes above deck again. The sails are still like the rigging's not actually up. The sails aren't attached at the moment, but he uses the magical drive to pull the ship away from the dock, at least after the ropes are released. And you set sail again. And that's where we can wrap it up.
wow.
I assume it hasn't been 8 hours specifically yet.
Not been 8 hours yet.
Then yeah.
Well, 8 hours, I
once-
guess, since when? Since
Since
you
the-
arrived.
sorry, since seeming was cast upon me.
Yeah,
Oh,
it would have
no.
been right when we got to the dock.
Yeah, it's only been like 2 hours since then.
I will dispel it upon me.
You're actually gonna cast Dispel?
Yes.
Okay. Are you gonna cast it at 5th level?
Yeah, totally.
Oh, okay.
And that's when the Kraken attacks.
It's not a normal kraken though. It's like a beholder kraken.
Right.